Good, good. So, welcome to the Invasion Session 66. I am Ryan, the GM. It is the 22nd of September, 2021. Here are the players.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be playing Fleabite the Skaven. Still pretty terrible at everything.
Evening, everyone. My name's Chris, and I'm going to be Keldras, a dragonborn monk who's still looking for a catchphrase.
And hello, I am Colin. I will be playing Vanger, the dwarven clericy priesty guy.
Yeah. We are down a Thomas because he went to the wrestling. That's what he did.
If you watch this back, Tom, I hope you have been cheering uproariously for Big Drew, our national hero.
Feel free to leave in the comments if you did or didn't. And I guess anyone else that also went to the same event that we haven't mentioned.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was kind of tempted to go, but I didn't have the money at the time.
Fair.
But it's a good laugh. Like live shows, WWE live shows, which is what it is, are very entertaining.
I believe you. Right. What do you remember from last time?
The village was called Dazrock.
Yes.
Takasba or something like that.
Do you remember its full name?
I did not write that down.
Okay.
Yeah, it was to something anyway, because we talked about when I made the Takasba joke, right? It was like
It was
vaguely akin to that.
Kaznar does rock.
Yeah, there you go.
Mhm.
Or not. Yeah.
Yep. Rock the Kaznar. Yeah.
We decided to continue our way. We met a fire giant. He seemed all right, but we might antagonize them. But then it was fine.
He called Eltris the mascot.
He did.
Very much.
Lamau.
Yep. Oh dear. As you were saying there, Keldrath, as well. Yep. There was a Cynthia appearance or two.
Or
As
two,
well.
exactly.
Mhm.
In one episode.
Yeah.
And nobody died at the end of it, which is also amazing.
Yep. Despite her parting words. Yep.
Still early.
I mean, this is true. Yeah. Anything else worth mentioning? Anything else that happened? Or is that pretty much the summary? There's
What is
more.
it?
Yeah.
Let's try that again. Keldrath, what were you saying?
I think we all said the same thing, that we found out how fast Fleabite was and
Mhm.
won the race.
Yep. That was like my Monday game there. That's what that was. We all just decided to say the goals list at the same time, just to save time.
Yeah, it was really good.
Alexander, you were saying?
Cynthia thinks the fire giants are doomed.
Sure. Yeah.
That seemed to be the implication. Yeah.
Her last words were, was it shame they're all gonna die? Something akin to that, at least. I think that was it, pretty much word for word. Yeah. She is full of great and bad news, isn't she? Usually bad news, to be fair.
Great and terrible as the dawn.
Yep.
I'm beginning to see her like the Dungeon Master from the old 80s cartoon.
Oh, the wee guy with the red robe?
Yeah.
Fair. Yep. I know, I feel like if I ever did like a proper fancy dress like session, I'd have to dress as him, right? Like I feel like that would be like law. Bald cap
It's
and
the archetype, isn't it?
Yeah. Anything else, or is that us? 'Cause I think that was fairly it. Yeah, it was pretty much traveling. Met Cynthia. Cookies were shared.
You said her
Lots of rations.
departure. Did she not? I thought it's just sort of cut after the line. I didn't think she'd actually departed.
I just meant from like good news or sanity or whatever. But no, as far as I know, she is still technically standing there. If you wanted to reply to her, she did not vanish. I think I'm just so used to her vanishing. That's maybe why I said that. Who knows? Who can truly say? Not I.
No, it's just the way you said that there. Like
Mhm.
I got the. From the session itself, I thought that she'd stuck around. Yeah.
Yeah, no, she is. She's still there. She's still there. Right, goals. Keldrath. Did I ask you last time to read the goals? I think I did.
No, I've
no?
not done it yet.
Oh, well, do you want to read the goals out?
So the general goals are reach the city of Barris, decide the fate of the dragon egg, stop the death Cynthia has just predicted, and use the stag as Cynthia intended.
Yeah. What about your personal one?
My personal one still remains to protect the dragon egg.
Yeah. And Venger, you're the only one left.
Yeah, my personal goal remains to keep the party alive until we reach the top of the mountain.
Yeah. Any thoughts during the week there, Alexander, for Fleabite?
Yeah. I had sort of been thinking of something, trying to sort of maybe figure out how to talk about Fleabite's sort of telepathy. Just we're trying to figure out if we can learn, like, yeah, I guess learning more about it and being able to explain it to people. Something in that sort of vein was.
Okay, so what's the qualifier there?
That is still under consideration.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really have much to add on to that then. That's going to have to be a bit more developed before I can have opinions about it. But yeah, so I guess as soon as there's some qualifiers, we can look at that. And do you have any ideas for Eltress at all? We can
see if he has fire vulnerability.
Start garden.
What? So what you're really saying is read character sheet?
Yeah.
Is what that goal is. Oh dear.
Which would be challenging in universe.
Yeah, definitely. Nigh impossible, almost. I could make some channel point rewards to metagame, I suppose. You're allowed exactly 7 words of metagaming, 70,000 points. Alexander, you could probably afford that, right?
Oh,
That's right, Ryan. Thank you, Alexander.
back.
Did I go?
Was that you or was that me?
No, that was Ryan.
Really?
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Interesting. I didn't go in my end.
Well, I say good, but I mean, you know what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I said it'd be interesting if I had the channel points goal for metagaming, where you could get like so many words, like 7 words, and it'd be like, I don't know,
I caught the
70,000.
7 words part.
And then
I
70,000
caught most of that
points.
before.
And I said Alexander could probably afford that at least. But that was it. And then there was just silence, and I was like, oh, I guess it'll just be me. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, I definitely lost some of that.
Well,
Yeah.
here's hoping that doesn't happen again. But
I don't think the stream lost it. So
yeah,
Okay. Weird.
I mean, one of Eltress's previous goals was to give a gift to give Alorian a suitable gift. Couldn't that just change to find a suitable gift to Alorian?
The DeLorean. So
And then
it's a flux
decide whether or
capacitor.
not. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. And then decide whether he wants to take it back or not. So
I
it
think
could be
the only-
something simple like that.
We had that, but I think the issue was that you wouldn't really know if it was suitable until it was presented. Right? Like it was a bad qualifier, so either way the goal pulled him back the way instead of pushed him forward. Because he still doesn't know how we get through the stone either.
Yes, I suppose so.
So that was
Yeah.
why I was like, you maybe want to look forward instead of backwards, because you're going to travel like something like 8 or something days away from there, maybe more. But I think it's 8, might be more, maybe 13. These are like so many days on from that location already. So what would you do? Would you just walk slowly forward while he ran back, and I guess chiseled his way through into the village? So yeah. It's a tricky one, sadly. But yeah, I don't know. I also need to have a talk with Tom at some point about his armor thing, because I've had cooler, newer ideas that I think he might prefer. So might be updating how it looks, which is kind of cool. Right. If that is our goals for now, then I guess we open up in the scene we closed on, which was used hearing her voice as the big guy wanders away. Kind of half amused at obviously the fact that Fleabot ran the race. It's just her, as I said, her final words of it's a shame they're all gonna die.
Why are they?
If there was more audio there, it cut off for me.
No, you just sort of said, "Why are they going to?" But I sort of.
That's fine. I
was
got all of
relatively
that.
low with it. So.
But I did get all of it, which is good. I thought I'd maybe cut off the die part, and I was like, okay, well, yep, our audio is doing well both ways.
I didn't want to quite see it, just because he feels bad, sort of.
That's fair. And then, she's kind of like looking past you, like the big guy off in the distance. And then she turns to him and she says, "Sorry," as if she wasn't like fully paying attention.
What? Why are they going to die?
She goes she opens her mouth and she again as if looking for words. She then kind of pauses and closes her mouth again, and she looks at you. She goes, They face their own set of challenges. You'll no doubt cross them soon enough." She just points forward up towards where the frost, kind of the frost is creeping into this area. It's way ahead, obviously. And she kind of gives you a more severe look after that. And then you can clearly see that she's very quickly tried to dismiss that. If you've looked at her again, and then she'll say, "The progress you are making is quite impressive. You've managed to avoid quite a lot of potential setbacks. This is good."
But it seems like there's still plenty of ways to go.
And she just looks up to the peak and she says, "I'd say you're over the halfway point now."
Well, that's something.
She nods. Not many, least of all of your kind, have come this far.
Let's face the same quest.
What was the start of that, sorry?
I'll ask have others faced the same quest? Or just in general passing up to Barris?
Many climb this mountain, or at least try. Few succeed. It is not a kind journey, as you have seen firsthand.
Guess it wouldn't be easily done since so few have made it, but well, we had good reason to believe. I think doubt stopped many a man from trying.
Perhaps for their benefit.
Perhaps.
And she kind of just looks at the group. She kind of looks behind her and says, "Because normally I have more questions. This is good." She smiles at everybody. And she just turns back and just starts walking back down the way you came up originally. Bless you.
Oh,
Sorry, my
It's
apologies.
okay.
that was interesting.
Think great giant things will die because not fast run speed.
I mean, to be fair, it's not impossible. Something's coming and they can't get away from it. But she said we're going to find out soon enough, so whatever they're threatened by would seem to be up ahead.
Think you that this not run giant was watching for whatever of threat?
Could be. It's also possible he's just watching out for anything coming by. But we handle that quite well, I think, and I trust we'll have similar success with whatever lies ahead. Perhaps not quite as easy, but that's like she says, we've made it further than most ever do, and we made it with remarkably little conflict.
Higher than most, yes. Wonder start, if higher than any.
Oh. There are those that know of the Baru, so someone must have up. It's not like they venture down often.
Apothecary, Witchstone speak of leaving as not same as arriving.
It's interesting. Let's be on our way. We're making good time. I'd like to capitalize on it.
Yes, good. Always haste speed necessary.
Fanger, who is not haste speedy. No, it's an agreement.
Just thinking that it's probably just as well Nico isn't playing Fleabite. Just accent wise.
That would be interesting at the very least.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so like, shall we continue on?
Yes.
Get involved with the Fire Giants?
Mm.
Or should we leave it to their fates?
Sorry, I didn't catch you there.
Are we? Is it our intention just to push on, or are we going to try and assist the Fire Giants in any way from Cynthia's comments? Should we just avoid it?
Think perhaps. I think perhaps we're not going to have any choice but to get involved, but maybe we shouldn't seek it out. If it really is something we're going to face ahead, then we might end up solving the problem for them. Who knows? But otherwise, I'd be inclined to help. It's just that who knows how many things we'll face in this mountain that could do with a raid, and if we stop to aid all of them, there come a point where we find ourselves without the time.
And if problem of too great for great giant things, then like of not too great for us things.
There is, well, yeah,
some
there is
truth in
that. Have to consider that anything that's a threat to them has a good chance it'll be a threat to us. Probably more so, aye. But who knows? Cross that bridge when we come to it.
It is of hope it not cross us.
Some kind of mimic bridge? Like, okay.
Yeah, I just like squint slightly for a second, trying to figure out if that has some sort of meaning beyond just like, yeah, yes, that, and I think then Vanguard would sort of just heave himself off, heave his weight off his staff and start walking.
So yeah, like, are you going to like try and follow the big guy that went off, or are you going to try and like just maybe try and direct a route north, and by north I mean up, obviously, as
Well, it's
possible.
the same thing.
Yeah. Galactic north, that'll do.
Yeah.
So yeah, what would you be eager to do?
Well,
So essentially, follow him or try and make your own way separate to him.
my first inclination, obviously, I put this to the party. The first inclination would be to go with what we think is the most direct.
Anyone any differing opinions?
I think direct route would be wise, as long as it's also we're not having to like properly scrabble through or make our own path. But
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that there is benefit to following him, but if it's plausible to do the direct route, I think that makes sense if we're wanting to be the.
Kildreth?
I agree.
Cool.
I agree. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, that means we're going to need a survival roll to do some navigation. Anyone going to help?
I would.
I shall help.
There you go.
Oh yeah. Okay, I will make a.
Should
And
should there be lighting effects on the thingy screen?
Is there? Are there? Oh God, there are. Yeah, like it looks like there's partial visibility in the like it's we can't see the periphery of the right hand side of the screen.
Interesting.
Weird.
Yeah, it's not on the stream.
I smell combat.
What about that? It shouldn't be anything.
Still there for me. Let me refresh. Anyway,
That's
it's a 16.
strange. Very strange. Especially since it's not on the stream. I think it's more likely that Roll20 is updating in the background. Since it has been doing that. What was it on Monday? We all had to log in when we clicked on character sheets.
Yeah.
That's what we got on Monday. That was new.
Monday.
That was fun.
It's a bit weird.
You still getting it? Because I still don't see anything on the stream.
Yeah, to me it's like the Bond intro.
No, yeah, it does look a little bit like it. Yeah, no, it's gone for me now.
No, I was going to say, that's definitely like your visual range, so yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
what that is. That happened to us before though, remember, like a while back, Alexander?
Yeah, I think so.
Like it did happen to us a while back. Excellent.
More you know.
Yeah, re-logging seems to have fixed it. So.
I don't get it, but okay. It is what it is. But yeah, so you got a 16, mostly thanks to. Oh, yep. But yeah, mostly we got a 16 thanks to Keldrath's help. So yeah, your navigation routes. As you wander, you find that some of the terrain's a bit hard to navigate. As I said, this is quite rocky and kind of lava, like flows-esque, like kind of bleeding out of bits of the mountain. It's quite sheer in places as well, quite steep, sheer, etc. Or climbs. You find you end up following him for a little bit anyway. Not too much though, because he's just wandered off at his casual pace, and he had a very small head start at least. Yeah, but he's wandered off. It definitely looks like from your roll as well, like you can tell he isn't alone, right? Like you can tell that you haven't seen other fire giants. but you can just tell from like the way the kind of ground is shaped, the fact that it looks like it's maybe like a road towards probably some kind of like settlement.
Yeah.
For them, but that is like what's the word, perpendicular, I guess, to where yous would want to be going. So yous have got a route that just skips that and goes like up, or galactic north as we described, versus going perpendicular to go maybe noise up a fire giant settlement. So yeah, I'm assuming based on your previous decisions, you just want to go straight.
I'm inclined to keep straight. If
Yep.
everyone else says, I'm happy to do that.
Does keeping going straight? I was just thinking of like rations and things. Does it look like we'd be able to live off the land, so to speak, up that way?
Well, it doesn't look like you're going to live off the land here,
But we do have
regardless.
rations.
Yeah.
But it was whether if we could possibly get supplies at.
I mean, very potentially, if fire giants eat something yous can eat, yeah. That's likely. Assuming they don't just kill yous on sight too, maybe.
Yeah.
There is
That
that.
would solve the ration problem.
Yeah, for them too, I imagine.
Factually accurate.
But I mean, he seemed pleasant enough, and yous didn't pose a threat to him ultimately, right? And by that I mean yous didn't take a threatening posture against him. Yous were quite polite. Whereas, not to say the rest would be.
I wonder if they have a vermin problem.
They might have. Beyond that, though, like you could go that way if you wanted. But you're probably like the better part of a day down already. Before like you get this choice that comes up in terms of directions. So it is up to you. So we won't mark them down yet, but that's at least one ration gone from the pile. What is?
Well, leaves me with 13.
I think it leaves me still with a pretty decent double check.
Yeah.
Oh god, yeah, that'd leave me with 11. So it's definitely doable for us to just keep marching, I think.
Yes, I was gonna say you have been marking off like the multiples of days that you have been eating, right? Yeah, everybody been sure of that.
Yep.
I just feel like there was a lot of rolls previously.
Yeah, but we did do some foraging in the last round, and we did get something like
Yeah, you got like
Yeah.
I think
extra
it was
12 or
I think it was like
It
20.
was-
days.
I think it was 10 you got.
I think it was a good
That was loads.
good
Yeah.
survival roll that kept
Yeah.
our heads above water in that regard.
Yeah. Now good. As long as that's the case, as long as everybody's tracking it well, good. I also then need a D6 roll, a D6 plus 2 from Keldrath. Do that for me, right?
1 second. A D6
Plus 2. That's fine.
plus. I've lost it again.
It's okay.
I've got too many windows open. Sorry, I had to call up my character sheet, and my hawk is now sitting above me, and blah 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 blah, and it's fighting back. So
Turn to Keldrath. Keldrath, how do you? I'll be with you in a minute. Him and this tattoo are fighting.
yeah, exactly. That's exactly what's going on here. It just won't move off the screen now.
Oh, that's funny. If you refresh, it should get rid of all of that for you, by the way. Okay.
Nearly there. I'm about
Okay,
1d6 plus 2.
Hey,
Whoa.
not bad. Right, so just carry on north for another 4 days. Okay. You'll want to mark off at least that many rations, obviously, because there was
I'd love
nothing
more.
because there was nothing to forage, as you
Yeah.
have noticed.
An 8.
You'll find it's quite difficult here. Any kind of like mountain air picked up was a blessing because the heat, again the fumes in the air as well. None of it was particularly comfortable.
Yeah, the air's bound to be getting thinner as we go to.
Mhm. And as I said, it's very like the good thing is it's not cold at night here because of how like just hot the land is, from like probably like slightly just like subterranean lava flows, or at least within the mountain lava flows. So there's at least a nice source of heat, generally, but then during the day it's obviously quite uncomfortable as you head forward. Yep, and you now get to like another part of the journey again where it seems to have multiple paths. You have on your journey as well, I noticed patrols at like the periphery of you guys. Like, very far away, but you can see like, the fire giants do patrol out this far. As well. But it does seem to be like that's what that guy you encountered was like a kind of, almost like a scout, like a long distance scout.
Yeah.
Or like, I guess like a ranger, if you will. Like that's that's what they seem to do. So you could probably guess that this is maybe like the coming up to the end of their territory. Which
Yeah,
is good.
this is people scouting the opposite edge. Yeah.
Or at least you've got a rough idea of like, well, their village is probably in the middle of all of the people you've spotted. Which makes sense. You've got another leg of the journey to do, but is there anything you want to have done for 4 days? That obviously doesn't include foraging.
I think in any sort of downtime in the evenings, there's some things we like doing.
Okay, such as?
Mostly accessorizing.
Okay.
Just like being as careful as Fleabite can to not ruin the cold weather coat.
Flea bite levels of careful. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
To add the feathers that he acquired. To add some like decals to it, I guess.
Okay. Do you want to roll?
Not particularly.
I mean, I'm going to posit survival as a roll for you. Do you have any counters to that? That makes sense.
Sleight of hand, because it's like sewing.
That's not actually a terrible
So,
reasoning.
the reason why I don't think it's sleight of hand is because it's bullshit. But if you can find even a sentence in the description of the skill that gives you a maybe, I'll let you roll it. So let's see what it says. Because the problem is, see with like the actual toolkits, like and the proficiencies in the toolkits, the skills don't really help a lot of the time, which sucks, I think, because they don't all seem like based on a default, But you could argue it is a dex skill, but it might just be a straight up dex skill. Let's have a look. Where are we? So, sleight of hand. Where do you live? And hopefully there's an actual like entry for it. Slight. See under dexterity. Okay, I will see under dexterity. So that takes me to the poison rules. Hey, dexterity has several entries. Okay, 177. 177. Where are we? Sleight of hand. Okay, so whenever you attempt an act of legerdemain or manual trickery, such as planting something on someone else or concealing an object on your person, make a sleight of hand check.
So if I was concealing the feathers within the so that Fleabite knew they were there, but no one else did.
Yeah, like how men's waistcoats have really nice patterns on the backs of them that you never see. and on the insides of them that you never see, because that's just for the wearer. So can you see why it's not sleight of hand?
A little bit medicine.
Wrong
You can't see
direction.
it.
Wrong lever. Okay, so
I would be
You were
okay with
some
the
sort of necromancer.
I would be happy with the flat dexterity roll.
so here we are, right? Survival. The DM might ask you to make a wisdom survival check to follow tracks, hunt wild game, guide your group through frozen wastelands, identify signs that owlbears live nearby. It's a really specific one, that suggestion.
Only owlbears, not
Only
other bears.
owlbears,
Yeah.
yep. If it's a reader's written, that's all you get. Can't track anything else. Predict the weather or avoid quicksand. Again, quicksand, does that come up a lot in D&D? It didn't come up a lot in life like I thought it would. And other natural hazards. Yeah. So that's what we're working with there. I'll let you do animal handling if you really want to get nitty gritty into it. Although it does say when there is any question whether you can calm down a domesticated animal, keep a mount from getting spooked, or intuit an animal's intentions. The DM will call it. So I guess it'd have to be domesticated feathers, so you could calm them down. Yeah. I'm gonna stick with survival. I think it makes the most sense. I'm not gonna lie.
It does seem to.
Yeah. Like, yeah. I think weirdly the next best one might even be deception.
Sure. I'd take it.
But no, it's still primarily survival though, buddy. So you're still rolling survival to do the thing you asked to do. Shouldn't come as a shock to you, since it's been the skill we've used for you to mess with things like that the entire game.
And I think I've been surprised every time, so I try to be consistent. Okay, sure. That's why I was sort of saying being careful. So I don't want to ruin it.
Yeah, and I think survival's a very careful skill.
It's sort of, if I thought I was about to ruin it, then I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't continue along that line.
But sometimes you don't know you've ruined it till it's ruined. Right?
I think when making something.
Let's roll. Come on.
Well, that's not ruined, at least. I feel like that's enough to, like, stick feathers to an outfit. Yeah?
Yes.
Like, the DC was 10 on that, so... that's careful for Fleabite.
Disaster.
Yeah.
Skirting the edge.
I mean, he passed with a spare 1, so that's not too bad. That is careful for Fleabite. Yeah, where did you stick them on your cold weather outfit? One off each shoulder?
I don't know, I was thinking possibly that, or like...
3 on the tail?
Tail feathers.
like up the shoulders. Which, now that I think is a bit wing to Sar, but quite like that.
Oh, you've got 3, right? So obviously 1 for the almost kind of sultan feather in the middle, you know, and then 1 for each shoulder. Sorted.
Excellent.
Okay, I'm assuming you're not going to wear it through this environment, though.
No.
Good, because that would be awful. Just
But
being
why not?
exhaustion rolls just because you're wearing your heat-begone booties and such.
But it's insulated. Surely it's from the heat.
Just a slow barbecue smell coming from Fleabite after a couple of days. Yeah,
Probably an improvement.
probably. Oh, maybe not though.
Slow barbecue sounds a lot better than
But wouldn't all the smells of Fleabite also like Yeah. Anyway, so moving on from Old Factory Hill.
Barbecue.
Yes.
Speaking of barbecue, I'm going to do
Mhm.
my cookies, so I'll make up my cookies before we set
Speaking as
up.
a barbecue.
Sure. At this stage, though, because there is no other game, like you'd need to burn a ration to like break them up into cookies. Because there's no game. So if you're happy to do that, mark it off, and you can make everyday cookies. I will say you are just about to pretty much go into like another survival role though, for the next leg of the journey, to try and clear this volcanic zone, I guess. So it's up to you if you want to go ahead with that or if you want to hold off.
No, I'll do one. That's okay. I'll do one. You never know what we're going to hit here.
Yeah,
It's
true.
a roll of a dice, so
This is very true.
everybody gets a special little cookie. So.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And you've got spares, right? Because I think you
Of course.
make. Is it 2 extra you make? I think so.
No, it's 7. So between us, we could actually have 2 each. So within the 8 hours, we use within the 8 hours, obviously.
Wasn't
Well,
it?
they only need to be used within 8 hours to gain the benefit, isn't it? Like, but they're still food, right? Otherwise,
Yeah, it's still 50. Yeah.
Yep.
Imagine like a cookie that 8 hours after you made it, like its calorific content disappeared. Wouldn't that be
Amazing.
amazing?
Hardtack.
Calories are in fact temporary hit points. I could buy that.
The calories disappear.
But yeah. So the only thing is they'll count as a snack. They wouldn't count as an actual ration. I'm not letting you multiply your rations that way.
How many cookies make a ration?
I mean I feel like just all of them, since it costs 1 to make them. Yeah. But yeah, the only reason why I don't make you use rations normally is because there's normally game to hunt that you could easily have got, or like stuff to forage, like plants and stuff, to make them from. So
Yeah.
because it does say like
Very good
yeah,
foragers.
and it does say kind of like treats as opposed to. I mean, I've said cookies because that made it easier in my brain, but like,
Yeah.
it isn't
like-
specifically cookies.
If we're saying it's the special treats, then you can only make 3.
Mm.
If it's the special food, then you can make 7.
That we learned
So
that
those
last week
are
as well.
different things.
Yeah. So it's
Sorry, okay, yes, there's the 3 then. Sorry,
So
I
if
keep
it's,
reading that wrong.
it's okay if it's the temp
Yeah, yeah.
HP ones. It's the 3.
Yeah, that's the 3.
No, other way. Oh, yes, you're
No,
right.
no,
Well,
no.
that works out.
Yeah, that's
Hit dice is 7. Temp is 3.
Okay, so I need a roll. So who are the 2 helping with this roll? I assume you're taking the lead here. Vanguard.
I'm happy to continue taking the lead.
Me and my hawk will continue to assist.
Excellent.
Scraw. The Revival. It's a decent roll.
That's not bad. Right. And Fleabite, do you want to give me a D6 roll this time? Okay. So, another 2 days worth of travelling. This was obviously a bit more difficult, apparently, this leg of the journey. Mark off 2 more rations each, and then started to head to colder territory. You pretty much went from volcanic, past river that seemed to bubble up with steam, and condensate very heavily into like a fog. You walked through the fog, it got much colder, and at the other side of the fog wall, you're now essentially in like, several inches of snow underfoot. It's weird that it's this cold next to
It
that
is.
like lava flow area. But this is where we are now. Fleabite, perchance you willing to put on your cold weather gear now, I guess?
I would, yes.
Okay, good. Just in time to be told by the bell. Right. Anything else happen now that these are in very cold weather? 2 days later. No sign of anything yet this time. Fire giants seem to keep their distance.
Understandably.
Mhm.
Ooh.
You're only a
good
day
question.
of the 2 this far into the cold lands, as it were.
I wonder. That's not what to do.
Just an avalanche.
Sorry.
Starts
Yeah,
coming
no, I
out.
was just scrolling through to see what I had in terms of stuff that might be useful for warmth, but I don't actually have anything prepared, and I don't know that I have anything suitable in the spell list.
It's why I like
Um,
Prestidigitation as a spell, right? Because that cantrip lets you warm 3 items. So it says you make them warm, which to me states a fact and doesn't care about surrounding temperature, which I liked. So the idea that you can just make your clothes warm
yeah,
is great for like an hour, and you can do 3 items of clothing or 3 other party members, maybe their cloaks or something. So it's a nifty spell for that alone, right? Like it's such a useful cantrip.
yeah, but unfortunately,
None of the party has it, so don't worry about it.
With thaumaturgy.
Which is a lot more dramatic. Yeah. Just start, summoning cries of ravens everywhere or ominous whispers everywhere. It's good. Anything on your list you're wanting to?
No, I don't
Hello?
see there's anything there that would be particularly useful.
I mean, from the whole Druid and Cleric spell list that you've got access to?
That's true, I can switch over.
Yeah.
Let me have a quick check.
So you may as well take the time now, to sort out your list now that you're moving into a new zone.
I mean,
Where's the true
Fleabite
cleric
could
cast?
set you on fire a bit.
I appreciate the offer, but no thank you.
Fleabite's maybe a lot more flammable now.
See, easiest way is just to go to the wiki for the
Mm.
spell lists.
Yeah, like it is a bit like
Spells.
even Roll20 it has like filtered it, but it's not a good filtering system. There's spells from all over the place in it. I don't like it. It definitely needs updated.
Oh, create bonfire would be pretty handy.
That's a
Control
cantrip, right?
flames. Yep.
Yeah, you can't change out cantrips, buddy.
I can't change out cantrips.
Not unless you've got something that lets you.
Son of a bitch. I thought you did. I thought at level 6 you did.
Again, not unless you've got something that lets you, because I think Tasha's brought in stuff for that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. So whenever you reach a level in this class, it grants that.
But
Okay.
yeah, I can't do it at the moment.
Yep.
So I would have had to have
Nope.
done it at level.
You'd have to have done it
That's really
when you're hit
irritating.
level 8.
You can change your spells but not your cantrips. I
Yeah,
forgot
the thing
about
is, you've never, see until Tasha's, you've never been able to change cantrips. It's just, people just assumed you could. But nope, once you pick them, they're yours.
that. What a bizarre way to do it.
It's because it's the ones that you're comfy with. That's why. It's the ones that are the least effort for you, so you don't just know all of them, right? I like the only universal things amongst all classes that cast spells. They all know the cantrips they know, and that's it.
Still feels very weird to me.
The whole magic system is very weird.
I'm having a quick look.
And Fleabite and Kildrath, what you're doing in...
Yeah, I don't think I have anything especially useful for keeping this warm right now. Oh, continual flame. I could get continual flame. Let me see. It creates
I
no
don't-
heat. Fuck off.
I mean, you have fire kits, right? Like tinder boxes and stuff to use now. Remember that thing Eltris was trying to give away?
Torches, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but you'd still need to use your tinder box to light your torch.
Yeah.
So yeah. And I know at least Eltris has one. So there is that.
I've got a tin box as well, I'm sure. I think
Yeah, I've got a tinderbox and 10 torches as well, so...
Yep.
As soon as it starts to get sort of seriously cold, I think I will light a torch. So
Yeah.
shall I mark myself down one?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll do the exact same.
Well,
Yeah.
I think we've got these.
I think as well, it's probably as well, right? Because that means there's a reason to actually have the torchlight be way
Although,
more
to be
dramatic.
fair, that doesn't bother me.
No, I know, but it is also cooler because then you've got the torchlight, the snow, the fire from that,
visually,
the
it
lighting,
works.
the cold air. It's good. It's good.
Can I use my hawk to scan the area to see if there is any shelter?
Does it have night vision of any kind?
I don't want to open my hockey wouldn't go away last time.
I can check.
Attribute.
Nope, apparently not.
It doesn't say no, nothing.
On the plus side, though, because it gets advantage on sight checks, the disadvantage it would have from it being dark,
Of course.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
it's
man.
wonderful. Yep. It just means that I am a sensible GM that would then up the DC dramatically based on the normality of circumstance, being normal vision, seeing well, versus it being dark and you not being able to see. Yeah. So you could. It wouldn't necessarily be the worst idea, just an extra pair of eyes anyway. Even if it is at disadvantage, it's at least still an extra pair of eyes, right? So you have your hawk, like, you know, in aerial mode, I guess, around you. Are you wanting to scout ahead or behind or at the sides or whatever? Like, is there a focal point? Things coming towards you, like from front or behind?
In front at the moment, yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm just assuming Eltris is at the back and hopefully he doesn't get kidnapped. Everybody happy with that since he usually takes up the rear?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And let's see. Pretty sure it is you two. So what's your passive perceptions for Keldrath and Vanger? I obviously know.
13? Let me check.
I don't need to worry about flea bites.
13.
Okay. So yours will be under your skill
Understood.
list, passive perception.
No, it's one I can't see.
So it's under the box that is where all your other skills are. It's on its own little thing. At the left. Under your stats as well. See
Oh yeah, okay, passive. Yeah, 13.
13. Cool. Yep. And can you make, in fact, if you're able to, can you make a roll for your hawk? Just a perception as well. If you can't, I can push the button for you, I don't mind. Okay. Right. So, the hawk comes back and lets you know there is something moving up ahead. But it couldn't obviously see what. And the police sketch artist wasn't very good because it doesn't speak hawk. So, use approach. Dramatically. Use approach. Don't worry, I will make you roleplay with your hawk, don't worry. Yeah.
I'm going to turn to the other guys and warn them that there is some movement up ahead. Be prepared.
It's nod of acknowledgement. Classic nod of acknowledgement. Oh, it's dead fire giants. It's gonna be a lake.
So,
Who's in the lake?
Keldrath, you won't see anything, if I'm correct in thinking.
At the moment, I'm only seeing a black screen, so
Yep,
yes.
it's because you don't have dark vision. Okay. So, if you have a torch lit, I can give you light. I
I
assume
certainly do.
Excellent. I will give you the ability to cast light. Was anyone else holding torches? I think, for the most part, he's probably maybe besides Fleabite.
I was,
used
but I
to
don't
use.
really need to be. But it's for warmth.
Yeah, I think for mechanical reasons, it's best to make sure I still have because you'd still emit light. Remember?
Yeah.
And emitting light's important. For people that can't see. So let's see. You emit A torch is, I think is it 40 and 20? I think is how it works. Somebody want to look that up for me real quick while I mess with the tokens?
Yeah, 40 and 20.
Excellent, 40 and 20.
Oh, and they do actually do fire type damage.
Yeah, if you use them, yeah.
Yeah.
I assumed it'd be lightning. Sorry.
That is kind of like low-key funny though.
Mhm.
Like, so I'll give you that. Why is this not letting me do 20 foot of this? Let me do this. I'll do that. What happens with your vision? Let me have a look at you.
I can see the edge of an icy lake.
Yeah. 40 and 20. No, that's not quite right. It's being weird. Normally it would let me edit it so that I could do. Maybe I need to do 60 on that. Yeah. I think that's about right.
Okay, does anyone else get a really funky feeling looking at this map? I think it's because of the shadows of the trees. They look like the coloration so close to the trees is almost like a 3D effect when you don't have the glasses on or something. Do you know what I mean? Am I being completely weird?
No, I get what you mean. I get what you mean. I'm gonna give you the ability to
There's a
manipulate as
double
well.
image. A double impression.
I think it's just because there is somebody's obviously copied and pasted the artifact that would be this for the map itself, and then it would have had the almost doubling effect because of the shadow, and when they've clustered them together, it'll overlap and overlap and overlap. So I think it's just whoever actually designed the map, which wasn't
It's
me.
surprisingly upsetting. I'll be fine. I'm just sensitive to shit like that.
And Cleva, I assume you don't have a torch because you're in a cozy gear. But the image of you in the fluffy gear holding with both hands out in front of you a torch so it doesn't catch fire to your suit is kind of funny. Okay, so Caldrath you should be able to see now.
Yep.
And also when Vanger moves away from you, as long as he's holding his torch, it'll be fine. You'll still be able to see.
I hold my torch and my shield.
But then you wouldn't be able to hold anything else. Like,
Yeah, that's fine though. That's fine.
But you also
I'll hold
wouldn't
the
be able
torch
to-
and the shield.
but you wouldn't be able to do semantic components unless you have Warcaster.
I do.
Okay, does Warcaster actually let you? In fact, in theory, I think because you can do an attack with a torch, I think you're fine.
Yeah, I think because I can do it with my shield hand, I should be fine. That's sort of what I was concerned about. Because I'm
Yeah.
not drawing a Warhammer. I know that I can't do that if I'm doing.
Yeah. I assume you don't have any kind of light spells.
Let
me pop Warcaster. Pop
Thaumaturgy
Warcaster in
could
for me.
maybe do something. Yeah, one sec. Sorry, just
Thaumaturgy can make the color of your torch change.
Yeah, but not actually.
Yeah.
Semantic components even when you have weapons or a shield in one or both hands. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fine by me. Yep. Just because it's nice that it specifies shield separately, which is nice. That is good. Yep, so you'll be fine.
Got my nice little 16 ACs.
Okay.
Would the just asking this, but would the torch count as a what kind of weapon would it count as? Simple weapon or a
It'd be like an improvised weapon or whatever those are called. It's not a monk weapon, that's for sure.
no? That's what I'm trying to get at. So I'll be doing if it's attacks, be doing 100 attacks with a quarterstaff. Yeah, let's go.
Yep.
But you would probably be able to do unarmed strikes even though you were holding.
I don't know if that's true.
Okay.
Again, I don't know if that's true. Because if your hands are full,
It
What I'm
doesn't
trying-
feel intuitively.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get at though is if I cannot see what we're attacking here, I'm really not going to try and drop
Oh, no.
the torch, am I?
100% why you should hold a torch. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's see. I just think there is anything to attack here. Let's see. Torch. Torch. Where
I
is...
think that is an assumption that I'm going to make personally.
So it's
Yeah.
not called a weapon, but you are allowed to apparently make a melee attack with a burning torch and hit, and it will deal 1 fire damage. So,
Might be enough to scare something rather than.
but it
Actual
wouldn't be
attack.
an unarmed attack though, which means you wouldn't be able to do unarmed
Mm.
attacks. Full
Mhm.
stop. So see, like your bonus attacks that you can get, you wouldn't be able to do them unless you used your quarterstaff. It would need
Yeah.
to make sure it didn't state unarmed attack. Because now you get your free one for a bonus action as long as you haven't used your bonus action for anything, and you can make an unarmed attack for free as part of that.
Wouldn't be able to do that.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm pretty sure Flurry just lets you make attacks. I don't know if does Flurry say it needs to be unarmed?
Immediately after take the attack action on your turn, you can spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes
Right.
as a bonus action.
So even that would be
Don't
limited
think
as
he's any
well.
there. Yeah.
Yep.
I was mainly thinking of the thing that some people say that the unarmed can be kicks.
Yeah, no, I knew that was exactly what you were thinking. It crossed my mind as well, but there isn't technically a rule for kicks. So, let's see. Is there?
It seems rather an oversight, doesn't it?
Let's see. Unarmed strikes. Well, the whole point is
I mean,
meant
I've
to
still
be that
got
you don't-
Stunning Strike, yeah.
You've still got like a lot. It's just. I'm gonna see if there's anything that gives us any way on this though. Triangle oriented turn. Blah 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 blah. No, mostly that's a flavour thing. It seems from what I'm reading on the actual martial arts section. It doesn't actually state anything about kicks. Just still states unarmed strike, and being armed and unarmed involves having stuff in or out of your hands. It's just that his hands count as weapons officially, hence why he gets that magical dice roll instead of it just being a strength mod. 'Cause
Yeah,
again-
so at the moment I'm working
Yep.
off of extra attack and then Stunning Strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Melee attacks. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Unless you drop the torch, because you can drop the torch for a free action and do stuff, and then you just need to make sure you pick it up next
Yep.
time. So that is
Or
things
like
you could do,
a-
but I will roll if you're dropping it to see if it goes out or not.
Mhm.
Which I think makes sense depending on what happens. But we'll see how that goes. That's
Mhm.
definitely something you could do. And it's not like it's the only torch you've got. It would be an action to
No,
like
no.
get one and light it, but it would be your whole action to do that, I'd say.
Cool.
If you lose one.
Okay.
Right. So
Assuming we're going to meet anything anyway.
yeah, but for the sake of exploration, I just want to
Hmm.
give me the. Let me delete the old turn order.
Something does tell me that we might meet something. I don't know what it is.
By the power of
been-
metagame,
Call it Gamer's Instinct,
I did.
which is actually a flavour of Mountain Dew. It's not.
Yeah.
That's a joke.
That'd be
but it could be.
essence du gamer.
Songs du Gamer, which is distilled from the finest Cheeto dust.
I like to believe it would just be called toilet water as opposed to eau de toilette.
I mean, that's literally what it means anyway. So
yeah, but I like to believe it would just be called that. Like, yeah.
it's a sex.
And remember,
It's a
Keldrath,
sex.
to roll initiative, what you need to do is you need to click on your token and then hit the initiative button, which is kind of almost top middle above your attacks box.
Punch it, Chewy.
Is that the black circle one?
I don't know, is it? It might be. It should say initiative above your
No.
so you've got your attacks box in the middle,
Mm-hmm.
and then above that there's like your AC and stuff, and like your health's up there somewhere. Speed, that's
59.
where your speed is as well.
Yep.
So it's in between there. So make sure your token's highlighted, and you push initiative, and it goes into the wonderful turn order.
No, it's not playing. I
Well,
don't
that
have
sucks.
problems with that. No.
Yeah. Can do it if you want. So it's the word
Yeah,
initiative
nice.
you need to click. You know that? So it's the
Yeah, this-
under the 4 there's the word initiative that's above your hit point maximum.
Right, hold on. I like my token.
Yep.
It's called up the screens. No, I'm not seeing initiative at all for some reason.
Are you looking at your character sheet?
No.
Okay, because that's where you should be looking. Because that's where it is. So you need to highlight your token, and then look at the exact piece of notation that I gave you, which tells you it's on your character sheet. Hence why I said it's above your health, and it's where your speed is, and it's next to armor class. Although I never actually said that part. There we go. There we go. There we go. I got there. Got there.
Yeah.
So, you're first, buddy. This is just to kind of structure exploration. That's why I do this. We'll be re-rolling initiative if anything happens.
Okay then. I think looking at from what I can see from the map, I think I'm going to go round to the left. It seems to be a little bit more open, which obviously means there's a trap in there, but that's where I'm going to go.
I mean, sure.
The clear path's the trapped one.
Yeah, of course it is.
Plan your route very, very carefully for no reason other than ice is difficult terrain that may or may not make you slip.
Okay, so where's my pointer? Select and move. I'm going to go 17.
Also, thank you, Sarah and Chandra. Welcome.
Welcome.
Right, my speed is 45. So
And you wanted to go left?
yeah,
So
I'm not going to use all 45 though.
that's okay. See if you do end up. I'll give you this much as well. It will be difficult terrain for squares that have like half or more in it. So that would cost you 2 if you went into that one. Okay.
Okay. So
But like this one here, nah, you're good. Because it's not like there's less than half.
my plan. Right, why is the arrow button not working? How do I do that again?
So that's Q. If you tap Q, it should switch automatically to that. So Q and S for quantify or select is the way I like to think of it. You just click and drag.
Right.
You can also like click and then like while you're holding left click, you can then just tap right click and make waypoints. As well.
I'm not getting this at all. Right, there we go.
Hey.
So
And you can go direct, like straight through that without going into that one. I don't mind that.
yeah, that's where I'm going. Where you're saying anyway.
Yep.
I'm
Cool.
going to move up there.
Okay.
So I'm going to move up to here.
Okay.
I'm just taking this slowly. And then
So that's what, 15 so far? So you've got
15.
30 left.
And I'm going to go here, here. Can you see this? How did you say I do the waypoint?
Hold in the left click still, but then just tap the right click. And keep going.
Just like that. And then I'm going to stop there.
So you could go there and then go straight to there.
Yeah.
You want. And then, what do you want to head?
Yep.
Was it there you wanted to end up?
I'm going to go to there, yeah, to
Yeah.
end up there.
You can just move your token. I'll get rid of that. So you need to do just hit S, and it'll switch you, and then dump yourself on top of that. Go. And you've got 15 left.
I'm just going to stop there.
Okay.
I'm not moving too far away.
No worries. Anything else, or are you happy as is?
I'm just going to do... I would like to do a roll against perception to see if I can spot anything within the... But I keep getting that mixed up, don't I? Within the undergrowth.
What do you mean? Do you want to have a look in where? The trees next to you?
Yeah, the trees next to us.
Okay. What are you looking for? You can be vague. I don't mean specifically Jeff, the guy stalking us. Like, you know.
Just for the sound of anything moving, anything that may be alive within this vicinity. Is that
Okay.
vague enough?
No, that's fine. Anything that may be alive within this vicinity is perfect. Roll
Yeah.
perception, and it will be like if it's in there and it's in the lit area that you're in. Let me just double check your view again. Yep. Okay. You can roll normally. I don't want no disadvantage or anything.
No.
No, as far as you can tell, there's nothing to worry about there. Because keep in mind,
Okay.
Keldrath doesn't know what he rolls. So.
Yeah,
Yep.
of course.
Yep.
Right, I'm going to wait there, see what the other guys are going to do.
I can't wait to see what Cozy Fleabite does.
Quick, get away from all these lights.
Dives into trees. Yep.
Yeah, I was sort of measuring out these trees, but
Oh, as soon as I picked the map, I already knew I was going to have the height headache. So, how tall are they? Can I climb
Heightache.
them? Does my cold weather gear interfere with climbing? And it's probably not. There's like 3 bomber jackets on Fleabite.
I think that avoids difficult.
Yep.
Yeah. Been a while since actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, just going to there.
Mm. Siren says, Fleabite doesn't walk, he has rolled about like a Katamari. Well, with the amount of stuff he's got in his bag of holding, that's fair.
Probably just move to here.
Where, sorry?
There.
Okay, yeah.
Just normal 15 foot. And that was with using a bonus action to dash.
Right. Okay.
So
That is important to say, so I am glad you
Yeah.
said it.
using that, let me just keep.
It was almost a Dr. Hibbert laugh, that's awful. Right, okay. Mm-hmm.
And then can I use my action to
Wrap him in the bag of holding.
I was like, well, I've got a stone giant hand. I think I would just like to see if I could tell what had caused its demise.
Yeah, give me a medicine check.
I mean, it's unlikely I'll be able to, but I figured it's worth.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlikely.
Maybe it might be painfully obvious, to be fair.
Mm-hmm. 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 However, it has like massive kind of like gashes taken out of this thing that all seem to have like, you know, frozen over. Hence why it's tinted weirdly blue. So yeah, it's definitely kind of got gashes all down it. From what you don't know, Could be some big wild-looking thing. Could be a sword wound. You don't know.
Terminal case of death.
Yeah, and I think maybe it's the fact that it's got like frost over it. It makes it hard to tell. Like that's probably a good reason to say why Fleabite rolled a 9.
Then we'll say to everyone, just out loud, I'm feeling we need to do anything more complex than that just now. Looks like stab maimed, but has frozen over in cold water ice. That's probably all I need to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay. I can almost reach Keldrath. Well, I'm gonna almost reach Keldrath. And say aloud. I best skirt the edge of the pond just in case there's something lurking within. Frozen as it is, I'm gonna find out if I can avoid it.
The snow is deep enough that I'm wondering whether or not the ice was actually freezes as well as makes travel difficult. So I agree, avoiding it at all costs.
Do you want to make a like a wisdom check? If you want, Finger.
Yeah, wisdom check.
If you're not going to do anything else with your turn, I'm happy for you to do that if you want.
Yeah, just pure wisdom, yeah.
Yeah. Hey.
17.
You could guess if it can support at least 2 of those things, then yeah, it's probably safe to walk on. You probably just don't want to run on it for obvious reasons.
It's more like there could be something lurking underneath kind of idea.
Mm-hmm. Oh, 100%. But it was just more of a case of happy to offer that up, especially if you weren't going to do anything else with the turn. Yep, because it makes sense, right? Like these aren't light people. These are very, very big, chunky people.
They are in fact large, yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're
so yeah,
they're huge.
That's cool. That's about what you would expected,
Mhm.
but it's
Yep.
Yeah, he's mostly just concerned that as something emerged, killed them, something that might be able to survive in the frozen lake.
Or is it just sudden coldness?
Still the one that
So
Fleabite's
yeah, I
checked
think
out.
that's about all I can do with my turn. So
Again, at least though, as I was saying, the one that Fleabite checked looks like it died from wounds rather than freezing.
Violence.
Yeah, like it looks more like wounds rather than freezing. So there's at least 2 pieces of evidence in your favour. Right. Is that you, bud?
Yeah.
Keldrath.
Again, I still don't think I'm brave enough to set foot onto the ice. So I'm just going to continue to work my way around the edge. And I've seen the speed of the other characters, so I'm not really going to move that far ahead.
Keep in mind, you can get there for 15 if you wanted.
Yeah.
That saves you a bit of... Unless you specifically want to take like some kind of like very weirdly specific path, it's up to you, but like... yeah.
It really is just avoiding the edge of the ice.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what touching it's going to do, so that's all that's going through my mind.
Yeah, well, for 20 foot you can get there. That's like 5 further than you got last time. Just, yep.
Yeah.
Do you want to go there? Yep, no worries. And you can map out where you go from there, since monks are made of movement.
Yes, but I don't want to be too far separate from the other guys. It's going through my head. It's easy for me to get back to them, but it might not be as easy for them to get to me.
On the plus side, you have a torch in the dark, so it's easy to spot where you are for them.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
Vanguard does also have like a torch in the dark. So as I said, you should be able to still see from his. I mean, so for Kildrath, you should be able to see your torchlight on his screen as well, which is good.
Exactly. And Fleabite's invisible.
Yeah.
Fleabite's gone.
Yeah.
No idea where he is at the moment.
At least it looked good. That's the main thing. The outfit.
Well, he's got his wish. He can't be seen by anybody.
Yep.
I think that's going to be me. I don't think I'm going to do anything else there.
Anything else you want to do while there, or is that you happy? I definitely need some.
I'm
I guess
okay.
I need some like tension music. So like the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire like thinking music
Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
I would love to go against stealth and make myself go invisible or something like that here, but there doesn't seem any point at the moment until something pops its head up.
And to be fair, like if you're
So-
having trouble seeing the dark, not everything can see the dark, right? So
Yeah.
there is that. Fleabite.
You said Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but my brain heard Countdown.
Okay.
So no, that's just going fine.
But see, like when they do their the fastest round type thing, and it's just that tense music that they play. Yeah, that's what I had in my head for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire.
Fastest finger first.
Not- Not quite the flourish that Colin graced us with. That'd be the end of everybody's turn, I suppose, would be the flourish.
Yeah.
God, that'd be the most annoying thing in a big combat, wouldn't it? If that was just a soundbite that played every time.
I mean, it does add tension. Like that's the whole point of it, really, is to put people off their game. I
Mhm.
think.
Siren Nishandra says, "Why can I envision Fleabite licking the sword, lightly sticking out of the ice and deciding if it's valuable or not?"
Mhm.
I think all those words rearranged to Fleabite is stuck to a sword.
Yes.
That's what I heard.
And I don't want to describe the way that you get out of that.
Mm.
So I shall.
We'll use the other sword that's kicking about. That's what you do.
I was thinking of climbing this tree.
Okay. Okay.
And would you like an acrobatics roll?
Nope, athletics.
I did mean that.
You're athletics. I don't know why you ever worry about that. I should have
Yes,
said that
and that
after
was
you
the whole-
rolled.
Well, that was the whole reason I basically took that feat, because it gives me proficiency, which then allows me to use my psychic abilities on it.
Mhm.
So I've done my best to.
Uh-huh.
uh,
Your best
So
was
it's just-
literally just good enough.
That's always enough.
It's not just good. Yeah, good enough.
Hmm. That's been our tag on Twitch for ages, by the way.
I love it.
We're not just good, we're good enough. It's great. It's oh.
God bless Herschel Kristofsky.
Yep. Okay, anything?
From this height vantage point, could I see if there's any noticeable tracks? I guess is what I'm getting at. See if we're just too late. It's been too long for like tracks to be completely covered up or not.
I think because I've kind of been sticking to like one skill check a turn, I'll come back to you and I'll answer that if
Okay.
nobody else has done that since, right? But I'll come back to you. Banger.
Banger.
Yeah.
So, you said it was difficult terrain, yeah?
The ice, yes. Also, thank you. Thank you for the wonderful gift. Such love
Ooh.
for Siren.
So would that be 50% extra or 100% double cost, right? Double cost.
Yes, double. Yep.
So it'd be 5 to get there, and then
Well, it'll be 10 because you're going on to it, right?
Right, so that would be 10
Yep.
to here.
So where is it you're trying to get to, I guess, is my question.
I think Zanger's thinking, fuck it, the ice is solid at this point,
Mhm.
and he's going to sort of step towards the middle. So this would be 20, and then I couldn't take another increment because that would be another 10.
I'll give you that last step though, just because it is like you going from snow to ice.
Yeah, so it's sort of like,
Yeah,
so I could get to here.
I'll give you that. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind.
Okay.
Thus
So
endeth
Zanger's
my
gonna
gifts.
Yeah. I'm gonna try the ice. It looks solid. Just keep an eye out for anything stirring beneath it.
And then, like, as you start to like walk on, okay, as you like tentatively test it and whatnot, as your dwarven booties start to cross it, you can hear like there's normally when you would step on ice, there'd be like that kind of like the slight crunch, and then maybe liquid moving. Nothing. It's solid. So the ice is probably maybe at least 2, maybe 3 feet thick.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
I think you will say that. Is like ice is goes deep here. There's no much but ice. And lacking anything else to do, would end his turn.
You can make a check if you wanted on your turn. It's up to you if you've got something you want to do, right? Because you've not done.
I don't know what you would make a check on here though.
It's up to you,
the
yeah.
Thing. If anyone has any suggestions, because nothing's coming to me.
Siren mostly has worry for you swimming in freezing temperatures, but luckily it doesn't seem like it's going to be an issue based on what you can tell from your underfoot.
Yeah, it seems pretty
walkings.
thick. But of course, there's always a possibility of a monster emerging from underneath.
Yeah.
But yeah. So
You
at the
would
moment,
hope
it
though
seems
there
to
were
be
signs of that though, right?
like a monster, for instance. would
Or
be
broken ice, for example. Yeah. Sadly, your medic rolled a 9, so it's not like time of death was apparent.
Time of death in the past,
Before now.
previously.
Previously, in living. Yep.
Yeah, so that I don't think there's anything that would really make sense for me to be rolling right now.
That's
I
okay,
don't have
yeah.
the vantage point that Flea Point does. Flea Boy?
Flea point. Flea point break. Yep. Okay, Keldrath, go before we end up in word salad.
I still have some concerns about the ice, so I'm just going to skirt around the edges.
Oh. That ain't a skirt. That's it going through the ice.
Okay, let's try again then.
That's a much safer path. That's a much.
Goddamn arms race.
So yeah, I'm gonna head up to. Actually, I'll probably take an extra step into here.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Click
That's okay. I know where you're going.
off it. Click off it. Click off it.
Yep.
On to there.
That's your
And then
35,
I'm
and you've
gonna
got 10 left.
Got 10 left. I'm just going to sit there just now, and I'm going to try perception again for anything within the undergrowth, just to see if I can spot anything early.
Okay, and specifically, same as last time. That's what you said, yeah.
Good, yeah.
Okay, yep.
Yes,
Feel
indeed.
free to roll.
Same as it ever was.
Okay, nope. So, use your torchlight. You peer in. No, you got nothing. Just
Nothing
trees.
at all.
Trees and snow.
I'm not complaining at that.
I mean, it says you feel as sure about this as you did about the last time, which is good.
Yeah. Unquiet again.
No, we're still here.
Yep, that was it.
Yeah.
Yep, all good. Yeah, yep. So I'll call out to the other guys and say, "There's no sign of anything in the trees round about here, guys."
Strange. Perhaps whatever did the damage has moved on since. He says that sort of hopefully,
Mhm. Mm-hmm. The doom clock moves one closer.
But what about the quake clock?
I don't know. We don't have that. The budget only stopped at the doom clock, sadly.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Wolfenstein? No.
Yeah, we got that in the drawer. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, so
Wolfenstein.
if that's your colour wrath, we're back to flea bites. If you want to do your perception roll,
Do it.
nope, not a footprint you can see. You can't even see the footprints these things would have made.
Is
Which
that
might suggest something.
yeah? Is that I can't see the footprints it would have made, or Fleabite can't see the footprints?
I don't know what the difference would be in this example.
Like, as in the footprints aren't there anymore, or we just haven't been able to see them.
I don't know what the difference would be. I'd still tell you the same thing, right? So,
But maybe the meta knowledge would be.
but the meta knowledge would help me not metagame. Clearly, wink.
My butter gun actually helps me eat less butter.
Oh dear. So, what now, Fleabite? You don't find any tracks.
That's fine. I'll just keep watch for the moment.
Look at how nice I was letting you roll perception and not survival for that. Oh dear. So, Banger, back to you.
Back to me. I'm Mario. No. Even though I am short. I think I'll take the directorate here and continue, so I'll be able to go what?
So it's essentially like
10 feet?
yeah,
So
pretty much because
there.
it does round down. Sadly, yep.
Ugh. And I'm close enough now that I can perhaps make a check on my own.
It depends what for on what.
The COD and the big beasties. And how long maybe I think they've been there.
Okay, so the one like just to the north of you.
Yeah.
You'd maybe want to be like closer, but like I don't mind if you just move closer, since this is like arbitrary like time really anyway. You could just move on.
I can roll
closer.
it next turn, that's no problem.
It's 6.5 a dozen though. That's the point I'm
Okay,
making.
so I could use
Aye.
like my dash to go there. Let's say.
You could, but you don't wanna. You wanna just take the free 5 feet I was giving you.
I'm just trying to be fair.
That's okay.
Okay,
As if you dash, you'll probably need to roll an acrobatics check to not
Yeah,
fall
that
over.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, well I got a 23 using the
Mhm.
power of
Yeah.
Medicine.
Yep. Medicini, the best skill in the game.
Medicine.
So, you approach this, and much to your disappointment, Banger, I need everyone to roll initiative for real.
Oh, it's an undead now, is it? I'm assuming it might be a miss. It might just be an ambush or some other kind.
I mean,
It's a 1, Ryan. It's a 1.
Okay.
You're not dead until you're warm and dead.
Okay. Right. Hey, look at Keldrath! Oof! With a crit. Nice. Right. So
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I will find out. What about? Hey! Vanguard, look at us!
Oh,
Uh,
Frosty Boy.
what is your dex?
9.
It's likely higher than mine.
I don't have a dex modifier either way. It's
So it's not
10,
negative.
no,
That's for
not
sure.
Negative. Not
Okay.
negative.
Okay. Then I'll let you go first.
Nice. Nice.
Nice, baby. So
Uh,
yeah, so Keldrath, I guess what you see in here is that body get up. With a lot of like moans and groans and other such chicanery.
I yeah,
Do I come to your rescue straight away, or do I?
Or do I leave?
Yeah.
Well, the best thing is, what we'll do is we'll decide after break.
I
Oh
was gonna
yeah.
wonder.
Wabam! We will be back in 10 minutes, folks. So we'll stay tuned for Rusty conclusion. BRBs. Hopefully the audio works. Hello again. It's me, that guy that does this stream. Mario. Nintendo's lawyers will be on me in seconds. Because remember, Mario isn't allowed to be gay. Or, I don't know if it was specific that. I think it was just because people used to draw art of Mario and Luigi. I think that was what the issue
I'm sure
was.
those people still do, and you know what?
Hmm.
Why? If you're going to be weird about anything, why that?
When there were so many more interesting things to be weird about, I suppose.
And
yes.
what if your real name was Mario?
I mean,
How
exactly.
can we stop you saying?
Exactly.
What if your real name was Mario?
Yeah, which is
Like-
Mario's canon name as a
If there's a Neville, there can be a Mario.
This is it, yeah. So, welcome to the Invasion, session 66. I am Ryan, the GM. That's Ryan, my full name. And it is the 22nd, that's 2/2 of September 2021. Here are the players. It's somehow part 2 as well.
Good evening, my name is Alexander, and tonight I'll be continuing to play Fleabite the Skaven, who's still pretty terrible at everything.
Hi all, I'm Chris, and tonight I'll be Keldrath the monk, who's still to earn his last name. Keldrath.
Keldrath.
Hello, I am Colin. I'll be playing Vanker, who also doesn't have a stated surname, although I do think at one point I did suggest I had an idea. I have now entirely forgotten that.
Yeah, same.
So it doesn't matter, presumably. Anyway, hello, yes, Druidy Peric.
Yeah. Alexander's suggestion was the monk. Does that just mean? Does it like is Bite Fleabite's last name? Just Fleabite. And people have just been saying his full name formally this entire time.
No, I think it would be quite fitting for Skaven to be called Fleabite.
Fleabite. Or just yes. Is his in fact last name canon? Yes. Okay.
What he's saying.
Okay, well we're in the middle of this, so start us off, Keldrath.
Well, I'm going to do something silly here, and I'm going to roll against perception just to make sure that these guys are going to attack us, if that's possible.
You rolled initiative, so it's a given.
Was that they're going to fair enough.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
Like that's kind of what initiative is for. It's like hostile intent. Because like if you tried to do something hostile, if there's no justification for a surprise round, you just roll initiative. Because apparently they just know.
Okay. So, well, my intention then is to go straight into the attack.
Yep, that's fine. You can get there.
And,
Like, you don't even need to dash.
And I'm close enough to attack in that square. Yeah.
Yeah, yep. That is its adjacent square. Yep, that one.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
This might be silly. Okay, so I'm going to take. Obviously, it'll be 100 attack with my quarterstaff.
Yep.
It's been a while since I've done that, so I just click this.
Hey, I think that's a hit. Let me double check. That's a hit.
If it's not, I'm out of here. If it's not, my next move is I'm running. So okay, then on that, then I'm going to take. I can roll for an extra attack.
Yeah. I thought like for some reason my brain was like, why would you need to roll to see if you get an extra attack? You just get one.
Yeah.
That's what my brain
Yeah, I
did.
just get one.
Do you want to do your damage first?
Yeah, you probably want to do that.
Yeah, so click on
Damage.
quarterstaff under the 20 in the chat. Yep. Okay. 2 seconds. Perfect. Well, whack into it with your staff. It makes this expression.
Again, since I've hit him here, I'm going to spend a key point straight away and try a stunning strike.
Yep, one of the best moves a monk has. Yep.
Yeah.
Bob Monkcast.
Target must succeed in a
Sorry.
Constitution saving throw or be stunned until the end of the next. So I'm just putting this in the chat.
Yep, pop it in chat. Okay, and what is the DC I am rolling against? So you should have that written down somewhere. In theory.
The DC is way down the bottom here. Is 14.
Okay. I need to make. Is it con? Is that what it is? Con save?
Yeah.
Do I have any bonuses to that? Apparently not. Well, bam! Oh yeah!
It's going to be one of those, is it?
Yep! Well, you know what it is, right? The odds are slightly against you guys because you're one party member down, so clearly I have to crit all my rolls. Well, you've done okay. You've done okay. If we ignore
That
the
would be
ones.
an interesting encounter where the adversary has to either crit succeed or crit fail everything.
That's called rolling with Sharp, a former party member of mine.
So I'm then going to use my extra attack.
Yep.
Are you going to cancel that because of the crit?
No, like that's just part of the first attack. Stunning Strike was just
Okay.
off the back of that, and obviously you've marked down a key point for that, so your extra attack is something you can do. Yeah, that's not part of
There you
any of the rest of it. You just get to do that.
Oh, I should mark my spell slots back.
Probably. Yeah.
Right.
That's probably gonna hit.
Nice.
If the 20 did, that one
Mhm.
should.
Hey, consistency. Also, that's fine. My brain was thinking it should have been with advantage, but it's not because you never got me, so that's fine.
No, and I'm going to try one more stunning strike again.
Okay.
Not even going to
Oh.
bother using my action to determine if these guys are undead or not.
So again, you have to roll again. So stunning strike.
I just pop it in chat, just so where the log is there, and I'll do another one. We're bam. Oh ho!
I suggest I probably can't inflict
Oh.
one. Hey!
So close, Alexander. It was a 3 though, not a 1. So there's my range apparently there. Right, so I guess he is stunned. Where is the button for that? What one is it? Why isn't it super obvious? Stun. There we go. Well,
And I
apparently,
think I'll end my shot there.
these have all been given apparently last names by Siren in the chat there. Yep, good luck.
Okay.
Right, Fleet
Well, that's kind of cute.
Like, Galdrath, you could have done another attack.
Could I?
Yes.
How?
Did he use his bonus action?
To do what? It's an unarmed strike you'd have to do.
No, he could have done a normal monk attack with key fueled attack.
With what, sorry?
Key fueled attack, because he spent key point as part of his attack. So he can make
Right.
another attack as part with an unarmed or a monk weapon as a bonus attack.
Let's see that in chat. Let's pop it in chat. We'll make sure we're all legit.
Key fueled attack should be in your.
Okay, I found it.
Oh, key field attack. Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. Or a monk weapon, perfect. Yeah, so if you want to do that, you can do so.
It's a new Tasha's one.
Nice. Does that replace something though?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Well, go learn that if you can, since you brought it up. Yep. Helping hurts. But you can do it after your turn, unless you're doing your additional attack. I assume you're going to do your additional attack here.
I may as well, yeah, since
Yep,
we've got
carry on.
massive advantage at the moment.
We've not started Fleabag's turn just yet, so yeah, I don't mind you.
And don't you get advantage on?
Yeah, because it's stunned. Yeah. Yep.
With advantage, let me just fire that on.
That's why monks are so good, because of stunning strike. Especially if they land it early. I think that hits. Yeah, that hits. Hey! Not bad, not bad. Is that 20 rolling you've done this turn? It's not bad.
22, I think.
Yeah, it would have been, sorry, 20.
Yeah, 22.
Yeah.
Yep.
My brain was like, 2 sixes, so 2 and 6. That's clearly what that was. Brain does good. Yep.
You know what has just occurred to me?
Mm.
A piece of grand irony. Despite being a specifically undead type of class or subclass, my damage is almost all necrotic and poison.
That's the druid in you coming out, isn't it? The spore druid.
It's
in you.
both, though. Like almost all my offensive stuff is one of those two.
At least it's on brand.
Don't have anything magical that can harm that. Unless I'm mistaken, but I'm assuming all undead tend to be immune to necrotic, and fucking everything's immune to poison.
Except players, generally. Generally.
Yeah, but even then, some of them.
Levi, what's the plan?
I think I'll start off. Yeah, with a.
You're still playing Countdown? Because it sounds very much like you're about to ask me for, like, you know, 1 large one and 3 small ones, and then, like, you know, Constance and a vowel.
Yeah, well, I think I will start off with a ranged psychic blade attack.
Okay.
Which is 60 feet, so should be able to make that. And it would be with advantage.
Probably. You're just doing psychic damage and everything, yeah.
Yes. That is like damage, yes. But that doesn't include my sneak attack.
It does not. Which I assume you're doing?
I would, yes.
So do you want to... Why is yours rolling
Yeah,
automatically? So, this might be a thing that happened to some of your sheets, so if you go into your sheet and go to the cog, this is for everybody, and
Yeah.
if you look at auto damage roll, which is like the third thing underneath the cog, change that so it doesn't roll, because that's in the arse if you have and back to your core page.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, like when they updated sheets again, they update things, and it's ugly.
So
Also,
I just roll.
Remember, you don't have 3 temp HP, buddy.
Yes.
Yep. Nobody does that. That was 2 days ago.
And so I just roll 2d6, or how should I do that?
Yeah, well, that is your damage rolled, apparently. You know, when it, like that is that, and then what you're going to do is all the other crit stuff now. So it's double all the dice. So how many dice we got left? We may as well just do it as one big roll, to be fair. So how many dice are you normally rolling if it's not a crit?
If it's not a crit, it would just be 1d6 plus sneak attack.
Okay. Well, your sneak attack or dice, right?
The
So
sneak attack would be 2d6.
okay. So that has already rolled your normal attack with a crit. Your 7 and 6. And I'd suggest you just keep it because it's there.
Mm-hmm.
So just roll me double your sneak attack dice. And that's what we're doing. There you go.
Okay,
Was that 23 this time?
Yes.
Okay. There we are.
It's not bad.
That's why you want to have everything toggled.
Yeah, I presumed I would get the chance to do it after I...
No, don't be daft. Presuming all wrong. Especially when Roll20 updates.
But I think I then want to climb down from the tree.
Okay.
Can I jump down to reduce the amount of movement that it
Tremor.
uses?
Sure. You can jump down.
That'd be athletics or acrobatics.
Your choice.
I shockingly will choose acrobatics.
Mm-hmm.
This is not to his advantage.
Yep, good enough.
Now,
Since it is snow you're kind of falling into anyway, so... As a floof at the moment.
so I think...
Don't go near the other one.
Agreed.
I have already been near it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you're a bit more subtle than us. But maybe if you're throwing things, it'll get attention.
Well, I mean, I'm not against staying away from everything.
My plan, if I can meta slightly or tactically discuss with my teammates, is
You
if I
could
was
just
going-
scream it and in character, which would be more fitting.
well, in character, it wouldn't make sense to say this.
Then don't say it.
Okay.
Okay.
I just I may have items in my toolkit that might make it abilities in my toolkit that might make it easy to determine if it's a threat.
Mm-hmm. With your spooky vision.
I just like that he walks up and hits it with his stick. Like, that's my favourite version of events.
Yeah, it's a zombie. That test of hunts.
Yep, you can tell because
24 perception.
yep, just smacks it with his stick, it gets up and hits him back. Well, it's definitely a zombie.
I did ask. I did ask at the time.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think I will go to...
And to be fair, Keldrath, you did ask me to check the underbrush and the trees, so we're very
I did indeed.
specific. Yep.
D&D status thing again. I saved it some.
am I okay to move to there?
Probably. That's enough zigzags.
Are you? Quick reference.
I think you put it in chat, TI chat as well.
Yeah.
I've got it.
Definitely recommend. And then I will bonus action dash. And get to here, I think.
Sure.
Yeah, is that?
Mm-hmm.
Do we want to be?
Probably there. That looks
I don't-
safer. That's a happier square.
Okay.
Basing it on nothing, by the way.
A little square. And then
But
that should-
regardless of which square you went to, I need you to make an acrobatics check. Oh, sorry, a dex save, technically.
Oh,
Yeah.
These
Yeah,
aren't
there's
happy little
acrobatics.
trees. These trees are really upsetting.
Feel free to zoom in further so you can only see the ice.
That's cool. I basically have.
That's a fine save. You didn't fall over.
A fine save.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. It's nice when you look at them and go, I don't even have to care about what the DC is at that point. It's good enough. Flip out, anything else? Or is that you tapped out?
Nope. Just I would highly encourage anyone to have the cheat sheet open. It is very useful.
Vanger!
So it's stunned, which
Yeah.
means it'll fail any deck saves.
I was probably going to anyway.
I mean, yeah, okay, well, right. Player agency. Should I cast Earth Tremor when we're on ice?
No.
Okay.
Conversely, how often do you get an opportunity like this?
That's so true, Ryan. And you know what? I agree with your logic. Right, Vanger's gonna shout. First of all, he's gonna no. Actually, he'll take part of his movement, and then that's still within 10 feet. And then he'll shout, "I'm gonna try and knock the thing down." And then each creature.
Actually, Vanger, I need you to do a con saving throw first on the start of your turn.
Oh my lord! Oh, of course.
Yeah.
You know how I can never find saving throws for some reason?
Above skills.
Thank you.
Keep
Why
in mind-
is this hard for
Also,
me?
keep in mind, I very rarely see a player sheet. So, the sheets I use
I
are
know,
different layouts.
I don't, Ryan, I don't know why this is difficult for me. It shouldn't be, but it is.
To be fair, in your defense, you do have to look at 2 different sheets a week. So, that is, and they're not just 2 D&D sheets before MD gives them.
Yeah.
It is a completely different system. Right, cool. So, you fail this. It was a DC 17. The creature can't make more than 1 attack or take a bonus action on this turn because of a numbingness.
Oh, I see. I'm not going to take a bonus action or make more than 1 attack, so that's fine.
That's okay, but it was still something I had to say.
No, that makes
Yep.
sense.
You can
I'm
still.
not complaining that you said it. I'm just saying that's good that it works out for me.
Yes. Yep.
He probably looks a bit chilly. I'm going to try and knock it down. Just be careful. The ice might get a bit. And then he casts at. I think I'm going to cast it at 2nd level.
Okay, I
Tremor.
like it. I like it. Yeah.
And it should automatically take the hit, and no one else should be within range of me. So it should take 2d6 bludgeoning. If you'd like me to.
It's already rolled
No, it is.
because it does that.
I-
It does that part automatically. That is normal. It was just apparently a really, really terrible roll.
Wait.
Yep, they both roll
Why is
ones. Your two-
Alright, so it's 2.
Your,
Yes, 2
your
times.
2d6.
Right, okay.
Hold that. Yep.
Yeah, that's just the way it displays it. It's
I fail
weird.
this obviously
Yeah.
because I'm stunned. So why does it say no damage, not knocked prone? That'll be if I save. That's why. So
Yeah.
I do take 2 damage, and I am knocked prone. That's pretty
Nice.
good. So now I
Um,
cast even more advantage, which is good. Let me just find the knockdown one. Is it this one?
So
Prone.
the Earth Tremor would also turn. What's it describe it as? Loose earth or stone into
pop it in chat.
difficult terrain. But yeah, I don't know how much that translates. Hey, we both did it.
Yay! Snap. So, where are we here? Each creature other than you on the ground within range. The range is 10 feet. It's fine. You made sure you were.
Yep.
Let's see. Cause a tremor on the ground within range. Each creature other than you in that area must make a dex saving throw. And the field save does that thing. The ground becomes loose as a stone. Difficult terrain until cleared. With each. No, that's fine. What I'm going to do then is I'm going to put down an area that is going to be the plant growth equivalent, which is ×4 movement unless cleared. Let me just do it in, I guess, green.
Okay, and then I'm gonna shout. Can I
See.
continue my move as well? I think I've still. got
Before
it.
you move, I just need to make sure. So 10 feet from
Yep.
you. So that is 1, 2. So I think it's. So it's like this area.
Right, yes,
Isn't
it'd be a very small area I could actually
Is
move
that
in.
right, or is that not right? You cause a tremor, so range
That
10
looks about right.
feet. It's just because it doesn't say radius, but I think it is that, right? The tremor in the ground within range. Area. Until someone corrects us with a better reading, I guess that area is times 4 movement.
Okay. I'm going to be very, very slow now. So I can't move any further this turn. But I get a shout before my turn's over. If I can, I'm going to try and trap it in some vines as well.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
Nice. Solid though. Solid turn.
I
Obviously-
decided if I can't damage it, I mean, I did a tiny bit of damage. I can
I know,
sure
it was a
the
shame.
shit out of it.
It was a shame for the damage, but the good thing is obviously because Stunning Strike's about to wear off, I think. Because is it the start or end of his next turn? Is it the end? I think it's the end.
The target must succeed in a Constitution saving throw to be stunned until the end of
Yeah.
your next turn.
Okay,
That's so powerful.
it's so the obviously the monk gets to hit with advantage at his next go if he doesn't.
So that it can stun lock people.
I've seen it happen a lot. It's great. It is actually great. It's why monks are great. Right. If that's the case, we are on me, I guess.
Yeah.
So what can I do? Okay. So I know I'm
More
on.
loudly.
I know, like. It would probably look at Tom.
Yeah.
Just like, why?
Oh no!
Not even Eltris, just Tom now. It seems past
Stares through
Eltris.
the monitor.
Mhm.
Red is cool.
Right, so I can't. You're incapacitated. You can't move and can only speak to me falteringly. Interesting. So it says it can't move. I assume it still lets me spend move to stand though, since I'm not using it to move.
Oh yeah, you have to, right? Because you're obligated to do that.
Attack rolls against you have advantage. That's fine. Fail strength and dex. Right. I don't know if I can actually stand up here or not, but let's just say because it doesn't say you can't stand up, like I feel like it would say, we'll do that. So he gets to stand up, which means if I ever stun you guys, I've said that thus far until we get a clearer reading, half his movement's gone, but he can't walk anywhere because he's stunned. Does that make sense? Because I can't move. I'm spending move to stand. It's different enough in my head, but we'll see. We'll see if Jeremy Crawford's had a ruling about it one day.
There are some that say your move is reduced to 0.
Exactly my point.
So if it was that, you couldn't. But since it specifically isn't that,
it's a weird grey area, right? And probably Jeremy Crawford just says, "Do what you like. I do it differently in my game." So that's the official ruling in my head. So I've done that.
Official ruling is. Ah!
Yep. I can attack though with a disadvantage. I think right. Is that right? I think that's right. That rolls against you. No, I can just attack.
You're stunned.
Oh, you're incapacitated? Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
I'm incapacitated as well. That's the other one.
can't take actions or reactions.
Yep, that's fine.
That's good.
It's
I
insane.
am. Nope, I guess I'm here standing, a bit dozy, I guess. So
So I'm getting the feeling that actually Rogue isn't the Warcraft Rogue. Monk is.
yeah. Keldrath, I need you to make a con save. I think. Yeah. Con save. Ooh.
Con save.
Excellent. Same applies to you that I said to Vanguard, which was a numbingness sets in, and you can't make more than one attack or take a bonus action on this turn.
Okay.
Which is great, because it's probably crippling you the most out of everybody.
Yeah.
You're not next to him yet, Fleabot.
Yet.
Okay. So, but still your go. So you can still take an action though. You just can't take more than one.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit him with my quarterstaff one-handed again.
Yep. Hey. That hits. That's also, you're rolling with advantage, remember? So,
Oh, okay. I never put advantage on.
that's okay, just click the same button again. You don't have to worry about it. Just click once again. A roll's a roll, so. Nope, you need to click it on your sheet to put a roll in, not the damage one.
I'll put advantage on first.
Nope, you don't need to. You just need to push the button once more. Yep, because it's just the second half of the first attack. Yep. There we go. It's fine. The reason why it's important to do that is because you might have critted. Yeah. And that's double dice. Yeah. That's the only reason why you'd want to check that. Yep. That's fine. I'll take the 9 from the first one. Which was done all legit. Okay. Anything else I need to worry about?
So I can't attack again.
You can not attack again, specifically. So the exact wording, right? What I'll do is, can I...
Play with madness.
Here we go. I'll dump it in TI chat and also in Roll20 chat there. There's the exact text part that matters to you guys. And it is, for the sake of clarity as well, if it comes up.
Okay then, what I'm going to do is I am then going to step slightly, I imagine there's because we're touching. I'm just going to step slightly out because I can come back easy enough from my next attack. To attack again, so I don't want to be.
It's entirely up to you. I can't take reactions until it wears off, so you don't have to worry about me like swinging at you.
Yeah, I'm going to move to here.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep. That would have been like 15, I think, of your movement, the way it works out, but fine. You got plenty. You got plenty. So you happy there? Yeah? Is that you?
I'm happy. Yep.
Okay, cool. I am no longer stunned.
Oh,
which is the best. No, Skaven. Speaking of, Fleabag. Hey.
So, to move through Vanger's square
4 times.
4 times.
Yeah. It's because it's all like church now. Which is probably dramatic as fuck looking. With the Vanger in the middle of it all.
But to move across the regular ice is 2 times movement.
Yeah, so it's difficult terrain rules for normal ice. Vanger's rules is ×4. It's meant to be difficult terrain, but I'm ruling that difficult on difficult is the what do you call it? Like the plant growth rules, which is just ×4 movement, not difficult terrain.
What, Entangle? Or is plant
No, plant growth. Plant
Right.
growth's different, yep.
I can't remember plant growth.
Plant growth's the ones where you can overhaul like all of the natural like plant life in the area, and you make it ×4 movement in zones, and it's huge. It's ridiculous. Any cave though, it's a nightmare, and that's when our druid in the Friday game used it, and they were up against somebody that could fly over, or another person that could teleport through it. So it was only the party that were hindered by it.
Yeah, that was a poor tactical decision.
Also, they had a monk who was like, "It's okay, I can move through it because monks don't care." But I'm like, "Nope, it's ×4 terrain. Like specifically, it's not difficult terrain, so your movements don't matter." Sadly, yeah.
So if I was to take that, it would be 80 feet required.
I don't know. I was too busy telling my story. So sure.
So that'd just be 20 ×4.
What, to go in and out?
Yeah, to go to there and then take
Well,
one
no.
step back.
Is there a reason why you'd go in and out?
Sleep out.
Yeah. That way, Fleabag's not the closest one to it.
Okay, I just don't understand why you'd go in and out. Is it so you can make like a melee attack? Is that why you're wanting to go in?
Yeah, so I'd like to go in to make a melee attack.
Okay, well you'd need to go in, and that would be, what's that, like 4 times that, so it's at 60?
Yeah.
So it's 60 to get in there, so let's just deal with it. So how you get in your 60?
I would bonus action dash.
Okay, and your speed is normally?
35.
Yeah, perfect. So yep, so you've got 70 speed to play with at the moment. And you're burning 60 of it to get there.
which leaves you with not enough to move.
Yeah.
Unless I want to get there, say hi to him, and action dash and move back.
Oh dear.
Um,
Isn't it cheaper for you to go around it?
no.
No?
So
Right.
that would be the same. Or no, that would be 70. So it's 60 or 70.
So it's exactly the same maths, essentially.
Essentially, yes.
Essentially. As far as D&D is concerned, it's the same maths. On the plus side, it has times 4 movement bullshit to get to you.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Which
but
is
obviously
nice.
that doesn't matter as much if I'm still in melee range.
Mhm. So you can get there, which is what we established, and you can still have your action, which is nice.
Okay, it's unlikely to kill me in one shot, isn't it?
Sure.
And to the party, if it hits me, I'm definitely running away.
And if it hits you and takes you out in one shot, right, you've got Vanger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this to
there, yep.
so bonus action dash.
Yep.
First.
Yep. Charge up the rat, get the 60 feet on the go, or the 70 feet, anyway. Not bad, not bad. Oh, I like that, because on the stream now, like, the vision's slowly closing in. It's good. Right, what's the plan?
For the moment, I think just hope. I'm not going to do any shenanigans. I'm just going to do a normal green flame blade attack.
Nice. And normal. Like, ridiculously magical warlock power, yeah.
Not this time.
No. Alas. No, I think, like, you know, you're there and it's like one of those, like a gas cooker lighter that you've got. It's like the clicking. It's just click, click, click. Damn it, come on, sword. Breathing onto it to try and warm it up. Yep. Sadly not today. Any other tricks up Fleabite's sleeve?
Next time.
Okie Thanger.
Right, so I think I'm going to entangle. 20-foot square, so if I were to...
Pop it in chat first so we got the text, and then I can...
I'm just sort of deciding if I'm actually going to do it, first of all. So
Yeah.
I'd be like, what, that? No. Anyway.
Depends what the
How
word
delete?
depends what the word is. You can just put it in chat so we can read it if you want. You don't need to commit to it.
Yeah, how did I get rid of that? There we go. I'm just sort of...
It's okay.
Because
Okay.
that one was 10 foot, whereas this is 20. So is that double the size?
So it's a 20-foot square. So it's 4x4. So it's one.
Right, yes, it's not double the size.
It's one square shorter than what you're in.
Yeah, it's smaller.
So if we did that, it would be. Where are we here? Be that you're.
Right, and if I were to... Can I move that?
I don't think so, but I can.
Yeah, if it were centered to avoid flea bite on top of, obviously...
The only thing is, though, if you do that, you're going to mess up your monk. If you do that, I think you're okay.
Or
Yeah.
I was
do you
going to
want
center
to?
it more like put it down slightly. And
But then
to the
that's-
left slightly.
Okay, now you could do that way, yeah. I mean, that
Get
space
one
is
over
free.
and one down.
But you're still
Yeah, do
messing
that.
up your monk a bit. Oh no, I suppose he could just...
Potentially, but I think you can go round fairly easily.
No, he could go there, that's fine. I think that's fine, because he could just go there instead to hit that.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's good.
That's
Yeah,
adjacent, yeah, so that looks fine. The only thing it does, it messes you up if you had to move in, but I don't think you're doing that.
oh, I don't think I'm going to if I don't have to. I'm no longer affected by that thing. That was that turn.
Yeah, it's only on that
Yeah,
turn.
the
Yeah,
relevant
but however, you should have at the start of your turn. You should have made a roll because you.
Oh, let me make a roll again. Sorry.
That's okay.
Um,
Yeah.
Con save.
Perfect. You don't have to worry about it.
Not that I think I have anything I can do with a bonus action. To be fair, right now.
It's okay though. You made the save. Just nice
So,
admin. I should have to worry about that.
you should pick myself for concentration. What's concentration again?
The thinking man who has no color in the middle of the red and the green options. And what I'll do is
There we
tangle.
go.
I'll switch that to being green, and I'll switch this one to being. Does that stand out? It stands out enough.
Just yeah, just enough. Yeah.
Mm.
I will then use my.
So wait, stands out better. What is that?
It's a free action to drop an item, right?
It depends on the item. Your shield, no.
I meant the torch.
Yep, that's fine. But I will roll this if it goes out.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it.
Okay. In fact, I'll let you roll. So, do you want to roll a d4 on a 1 goes out? Perfect. Stays lit.
So yeah, no, just drop it like in the square I'm in.
That's fine. Yep.
And can I use my bonus? I know as part of an attack I can draw a weapon, I think, but can I use my bonus
It's
to draw a
just
weapon?
generally on your turn you can do this, so long as nothing
Right.
hinders your ability, like in the narrative, to actually be able to do it.
Okay. Well,
so-
with that said, I will draw my warhammer,
Good, okay.
and that's my turn.
Okay. Right, how long does Entangle last? It's up to a minute. I should
Concentration for a minute, I think.
I'll add that into the chat before I forget, because I nearly did. Yes, one, and the custom label is in Tangling. It does help if I put all the letters in. 10 of those go under you. Anything else that happened there that we need to track? No, I think we're good. Mark off your spell slot, obviously, and then.
Yep.
Excellent.
And that was level 1, of course. So.
Right, too. And
I can't upcast that. So.
me.
Yeah. So remember, obviously, when he's restrained, he is gonna have.
Oh, I might make a save actually. That's what I need to do. Right when that happens.
Oh yeah, you didn't make the save. Sorry.
Yeah, I should probably maybe actually
Might
do
not
that.
be restrained.
Yeah, a creature in the area when you cast a spell must succeed on a strength saving throw. And is that DC 14 the actual right number? See if you go to your spell page. Is it matching? Yeah.
I'll double check.
Top of your
but I'm
spell
sure
page.
it's right. It is, yeah.
Perfect. Because I know that there was a discrepancy a couple of weeks back between that number. It was like 1 off for some reason with some people. I don't know why.
Yeah.
But okay,
I'm
okay.
sure I had that issue with one spell at one time as well. Some context.
Right, so strength. Hey.
I suspect. Oh,
Hey.
nice.
I'm
I
restrained.
was gonna say, like, I suspect they have a good strength mod, so it might be easy, but
He's still warming up. Right? It's very cold.
Yeah.
Right, so what am I now? Restrained. Yeah.
yeah.
Restrained's
So-
maybe the one that's a lot less punishing than what I thought it was. I think.
It's still pretty punishing. Speed becomes 0. Can't benefit from any bonuses to it. You have disadvantage on attack. Attack rolls against you have advantage, and you have disadvantage on dex saving throws.
But I can make attacks, which is the better
Oh yeah,
thing
you can
about
attack. You can
Yeah.
definitely attack.
it.
But if you're knocked prone now, you wouldn't be able to get up.
Correct. Because my speed is 0.
Which is insane.
No, it's good though. Like, this is why status effects, when like you stack them, like, it's insane. It is insane, yeah.
Power of combos.
I always hate that the image which is like, I guess, like a nail through the foot, I guess, is restrained, but the one that's incapacitated is way better, which is a guy hanging from chains.
Oh, that's weird because restrained on
Yeah.
the quick ref sheet we have is like restrained is the chains and incapacitated is like it looks like their insides are exploding. Is how I would
Interesting.
describe it. Yeah, like that is the restrained
Yeah.
symbol in
These aren't the same symbols I use though, obviously. I don't
Yeah.
use these symbols. These symbols were just like somebody's pack they put together. And
Yeah.
it is weird because it does look like a better symbol for it, doesn't it? I guess
Yeah.
they just didn't have the incapacitated symbol, but I'll take off one. So it's that one for us.
Make
Em-
Big Man Fall Down. That's a good name for the session. Yes.
Right, so a creature restrained by this can use its action to make a strength check against that on a DC and success, or it just suffers what it suffers. That's fine. So the only thing that I really need to worry about is I can't move, and my attack's a disadvantage, and you can attack me with advantage. That's about the gist of it, really, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So it is now my go. Assuming that was you done.
Yeah. That's all I can do.
Okay.
I could move, I don't want-
I am going to target you, Banger.
I do. Yeah.
I think you know why. Luckily, Fleabite's still blending in with the. Normally, Fleabite attracts a lot of aggro, usually very quickly in one big burst. Sadly, hasn't managed that yet. So I need you to make a DC 17 con saving throw, please.
Ooh, that's quite tough.
It's the kind of the same of what we've been working with, to be fair.
I'm,
Hey!
Yeah, it's still quite. But I made it.
Okay.
Yay.
This thing like just stares at you, and you feel like kind of like a rush of cold go past you, but nah, you're good. You're good, bro.
Nice.
Yes. Right. That's it. Eldrath, I need you to make a con saving throw.
So moving away didn't help with the con save. I thought being
It's probably a fairly large aura then.
I mean, if it affected Vanguard where he's standing from it, you're the exact distance away. So
no problem.
So like, it's okay. You're fine too. Yep. You can carry on as normal.
And we're already attacking with advantage, aren't we?
Currently,
Just
yes, because they're restrained. Yep.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just simply going to move back into here for the attack again.
And that's until
Okay.
he loses his concentration, the spell ends, or I make a save out of it.
Yeah. So, where's my staff? There, it's there.
2 seconds to adjust this green frame, because apparently it's nudged its way up.
You didn't roll with advantage.
Yep. Click the
Stop.
button again.
Right.
Just click it again.
Click the
It's
button
fine.
again.
Hey! So that one definitely hits.
The first one missed.
It doesn't matter. That's the one we'll be talking about, is the 22. Do you want to click the button? Hey! Not bad, not bad. Other thing monks are good at, just slow, consistent damage. It's great. Remember, you can still do like extra attack and all that nonsense as well.
Yeah.
I'm just
wondering whether to go for stun the strike again because he's already
Right
restrained,
now-
or whether it's just based.
right now, it wouldn't matter because you're still getting the advantage, but
Exactly.
it is another chance to try it because obviously I might save.
Yeah, but we've got 5 key points left, and there's still another one in the corner.
So it just depends if you
So-
really wanted to be stunned, like for longer.
No, not at the moment.
But at the moment,
I'm just
unless
gonna-
I take my action to deal with the restraint thing, I'm gonna remain that way for 10 turns, right? Unless
Yeah.
I can knock his concentration off. So
In that case, I'll take my extra attack.
Mhm.
And that again will be with advantage, yeah.
yep.
I'm going to click it this time.
Mm-hmm. Oh hey, look at that! Look at how Roll20 rewards such efficiency. Nice. Oh, okay. Yep.
And then because I didn't spend key points this time, I can't do my key field attack. So
You could do a stunning strike now if you really wanted to, like.
I don't want to waste any more key points because
Then
we've got
you
the
don't-
advantages.
Then you don't get your extra attack. Then your bonus.
Exactly,
Yeah,
exactly.
sadly. I
I'm
thought.
still afraid. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I'm thinking the wrong thing. I was gonna say you do. Don't you get like the? Is key field attack the thing that is the third attack, or is martial art that you get a third attack from, but it is an unarmed
Yeah.
strike?
I think martial art
Mm-hmm.
I'm quickly reading.
Did you find out if Tasha's took it away?
Everything that I did read did not say that.
Okay. That's fine.
However,
Mhm.
what I am going to do, because my hold on, you're probably going to pull me up on this one.
That's okay, just think it out loud and we'll see.
Flurry of blows. Spend a key point in that.
That was
I'll put it in the
unarmed
chat.
attacks though, remember? Specifically, it doesn't let you use your staff.
Right, yeah, right. Never mind. Okay, fine.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll close that up again.
It's okay.
Yeah. You could, if you could take an unarmed, then you could do a bonus one as well. That's the martial arts one. You can take a bonus if you've taken attacks with.
Yeah.
So that's what I was thinking of, and obviously the key, the one that lets you use your weapon, which is nice. Okay, so you're capped out basically at the moment, unless you'd spent on the running check. That was it. I think that's you. Moving anywhere? I think my
No.
reaction. Do I get my reactions, folks, when I'm restrained? I think I do.
Yeah.
Quickly check restrained again.
Yeah, I think you do. But you have disadvantage.
Yeah, that's fine.
In that case, unless I was going to run a distance away to try and get out of the range of your Constitution check, I'm just going to stay where I am.
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
You could use your bonus action and spend a key point to take the dodge or disengage. Disengage would let you move without worrying about him attacking you, and dodge would then give you. Actually, no, dodge wouldn't help you because you already have disadvantage as long as he's still restrained. But unless he frees himself and has another way, but that's.
No, I think I'm just going to stay as I am. Don't want to waste any more key points when we've got a massive advantage over him at the moment.
Yeah, you're doing well. Let's put it that way. Like, I'm fairly locked up. I wouldn't worry about it. He says the GM. Is that you? It is Fleabite and con save.
Yeah, it's my turn to fail that one.
No, you could crit.
I could crit fail.
Your con's alright, I think. Well, you failed it.
That's okay. I think I've got.
So, no extra attacky nonsense things, and and whatever else that move said. Can't take more than one attack, and can't take a bonus action.
Yeah, I think that's okay for the moment.
Like, as an aura thing, it isn't the worst, to be honest. It's annoying for, like, efficiency, but you're doing reasonably well, thanks to, support bot here.
But if I want to take an attack, I've got advantage. So.
Correct.
So I think I shall simply do that.
Okay.
And I shall retry with the green flame blade.
Nice. It hits.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. Right. And because I advantage, I get to sneak attack.
It's nice that sneak attack doesn't cost you anything.
I do 2 fire damage, just in case that's relevant.
To what? Isn't that the extra target?
No. So I do 1d8 to him, and it would be an extra 1d8 to.
Okay, but you haven't clicked the damage for that yet, have you? Have you?
Yeah, it's here at the end.
Oh, I don't know what. In my brain, you had critted, and I don't know why. That's fine. What's the total?
The total is 16.
Okay. I'm gonna try and stop just thinking now, I think, because oofed. I actually did get a lot of sleep as well. Maybe that's the problem. I'm not sleep deprived today, so my brain doesn't know how to work. Okay. Anything else for the bit? The problem is, so you've got what, 30 5, is it? So we
35.
half that down to 15, and we half that down to, you see, 10. So like, I don't know, to 5, sorry, so you could move 1 square. You could move 1 square. And I don't think you have. I don't think you have
yeah.
any ways of getting extra speed unless your scaveniness actually gives you stuff for free.
Oh,
It might.
no.
Is it
No,
bonus
it
action?
doesn't. Yeah.
Okay. It was just worth checking because I couldn't remember exactly because I know there was some overlap with your classes. So.
I think I might move here.
Okay. Yeah.
That.
Movement's awful, isn't it? Though. Like it's actually awful. Especially like times for moving and that like numbing thing. Yeah. Whew. So okay. At you? At-o?
That me?
Beggar! Con save.
Consider failed.
Okay, well you know the conditions, so
Well, it's okay. It's fine. So I can still move and use an action, and that's all I need, baby.
yep.
So
I
I'm
don't
gonna move
actually
there.
wait. Can you move? You can move 1 square. Cool.
Yeah, I can move 1 square.
Okay.
I'm going to. Where is it again? Main power. No, down, not up. And I'm gonna point at the thing.
Hmm.
With probably the finger that, like the the index finger of the hand that's holding my warhammer, because like the other one would be hidden.
Though pointing with the shield's kind of cool as well, right?
Yeah, it does. It's a cool visual too, but I like the idea of the hammer more as well because it's more symbolic of.
Yeah, and it feels more warcastery, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna pass the grave.
I am
And I'm gonna
shocked by this.
Gonna give my standard shout of "Take your best shot, boys!"
Hit it with your best shot, etc.
And that is my turn.
I assume it's me. Okay.
So you.
Do I
So
need
I would advise whoever hits it next to go big and or go home.
Let's see. What am I under the conditions of? I can't move. That's fine. And disadvantage on attacks, disadvantage on dex saving throws. That's all fine by me. And imagine tokens had like arm slots you had to always measure from. That would suck. Like attack 1, but attack 2 is too far away. Like that would be dumb. Hey, I mean, who knows?
I'm sure there's some simulation system out there that does that.
Or it sounds
And
like
it's somehow less realistic than just not bothering.
Yeah, it's like okay, so you have to turn the token so that it's doing the proper facing. Because I've played games like that. Obviously, most tabletop war games have like a facing rule, but God, I'm glad D&D doesn't give a fuck about that.
I think those things really make sense in tabletop, but
Yeah.
not really here.
Yeah, like I think see because there's a roleplay game on top of it, I feel like I'm glad it's not as bogged down by that crap. But anyway, it is my goal, and I think I'm going to do the same thing that I did before, which is
Kings of War has a really simplified.
I need you to make
really
a saving throw again, because
Me?
Vanguard's been targeted again. Yeah.
How dare he?
Yay!
It's not a save.
So now the things work, which is nice. Okay, so let's see. I'll just now that it's worked, I'll just put this in. Where's the text for it?
Is this something that's going to make me have to take another con save to keep concentration?
There you go. There's everything it is. So, do you want to roll 10d6 for me?
Oh, jeez.
Oh shit.
I
Yeah.
don't, but I will.
Okay.
Slash 10d6 34.
Hey, look at that! You shaved off one off the suggested amount. It's not bad. Right. So
Yay!
take 30.
Forgot to have any.
Take 34, and then half of that. 17 half of that. I think it is. Is that right? That's wrong. That is right. Okay. It's a DC 17 con save again, because apparently that's the magic number. This is your concentration check, by the way.
I have advantage in that because of Warcaster.
Of course. Yep. You are paralyzed though. Can you do anything with that? That's okay. Hopefully that doesn't matter. What does paralyzed do?
Paralyzed.
Automatic crits.
Yeah.
Capacity can't be your attack rolls against you. Automatically feel strength and dex saving throws, but not con.
That's okay. I think you're fine to keep all that. Yeah.
Oh, if they're within 5 feet of me, it's automatic. But they're not yet, thankfully.
Oofed. That's a weirdly specific rule, isn't it? Within 5 feet, because things that have reach.
I think it's a balance thing, so that you can't just annihilate people from afar.
With like a halberd, like the god tier weapon at that stage.
I was thinking with arrows. Automatic crits from half a map away.
Normally it would just say melee attack though, if it was one to fix that, which would be nicer. But it doesn't. It does just say within 5.
Quite a few of the conditions do say within 5 feet, actually.
That's probably quite nice then, right? That is nice. As like a saving grace thing.
Is that same with prone?
The good thing is so pip yourself with paralyze wherever that is. What does that look like? Oh, it is probably. What one are we on?
This quick guide also uses the person with their insides exploding. But what is paralyzed? I don't remember.
I'm having a look as we speak. Are any of the red ones paralyzed? Paralyzed is the guy being hit by lightning. In red. Next to the mute symbol.
Yeah, I got it.
Perfect.
It actually looks more like a Saiyan being hit by lightning.
Okay.
Because of the aura around it.
Or it's a Pikachu charging up and that's just its tail.
Yeah, that's true.
On the plus side though, you still have concentration despite being paralyzed, which is not bad.
Nice.
That is me. So, Keldrath.
Okay.
Are you wanting to have a wee player agency moment? Is that what you would like here, Alexander?
I want to drop my torch. But again, I'm going to have to do a constitution save first, ain't I?
How about I want to just hear if Alexander's going to say anything first, and we'll be your save in a second. So Alexander, speak now or forever hold your peace.
I'll just give my piece in that if you think Keldrath would just go in for the attack, then that's absolutely fine. Go for it. Have fun. If you're wanting to, or if you think Keldrath would be more interested in making sure that it dies, and you think he would understand the situation, then it is likely that flea bites can do a lot more damage in a single hit than Keldrath can. Even though Keldrath can probably do more damage across like 4 hits that you can do. Right now you have the biggest benefit to doing a single hit.
So to translate a lot of this, Keldrath, what I'm saying is the curse from the Channel Divinity move that Vanguard did earlier is called Path of the Grave, is that right? Path of the Grave?
Path of the
Grave. And it just means one hit, it's vulnerable to the next hit it takes, singular. So if you poked it for 1 damage, it would take 2, and then that buff would end. Regardless of if you had 70 attacks or 1. So yeah. So Fleabite's trying to impart to you that he thinks he can do more damage in 1 hit than you can. So it doubles. is what he's trying to say. But that just depends if you think Keldrath is aware of this tactic that the both of them use often, which I don't know if you have seen it yet.
We did use it in the monastery.
Yeah, that's when we put up the chart.
Oh, we
Just-
did, yeah.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah, to try and get the highest score.
Yeah, so I don't mind how you play this out, but make a decision, because either way, Keldrath has to make a con save.
I just want to check. Can you do a held action to attack once Fleabite has attacked?
Yeah, but it would only be one attack.
Yes. So it would be a way of not completely losing your entire turn, but it would be far less than if you were able to take your full slew of attacks.
But you might not be able to get them anyway.
Yeah.
Because you need to do a con
So we'll
save
start with
first.
a con.
Yep,
Yeah,
that
start with
happens
a con
regardless.
save.
Yep. 17 or higher, we don't have to worry about it. It's okay, we're still taking the first number because I know why you're still talking
Oh,
about advantage.
sorry, yeah,
That's okay.
sorry.
So you fail it, but just get one attack and no bonus actions. But you still can use your action to ready that one attack once Fleabite's gone. If you want to.
Yeah.
It's up to you.
No, it makes sense. It does make perfect sense.
Yeah, if you're happy to do that. you
Fleabite
can-
hits.
Yep, so that's under
I'm
like
just looking to go.
yep, ready to action. Under the actions options. Ready, and it's just because you say what the trigger would be. In this case, it would be Fleabite ending his turn.
Where's that? Sorry.
So see on that cheat sheet. I don't know if you've got that open
Yeah,
or
right,
not.
right. I do have it open. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
see under the in the black section, it's got the actions. It's like near the end, and it's called ready. If you click on that symbol, it pops open, and it's you decide what would trigger your reaction. So you take your action to decide something you'll use your reaction for. This is what you'll do.
Okay.
Yep, but you only because you're using your action to decide that. Even if you had made your save there, so you could use loads of attacks. Once you do a ready action, you don't get to proc other stuff
Get the
from
attack.
it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's just the one. It's the price you pay for delaying your turn essentially, which is a bit of a shame.
Yep,
but if you're happy
perfect.
to,
No,
that's
that's
cool. Okay. Excellent. So if you want to type in to roll 20, just into the chat, just say ready attack after Fleabite's turn, and that'll be enough. Because what we do is we normally just write what the trigger is, so nobody can dispute. Later on, when people go, oh, but this happened now, so would this change? It's like, no. If the circumstances change, you lose your turn, sadly. Although with spellcasters, the nice thing is if you ready an attack, you can choose not to, like, cast a spell, but you still lose the spell slot, though.
Mm-hmm.
But it means you don't fireball anywhere you don't want to, for example. Okay, if that is the case, that will be Fleabite's go, which starts with a wonderful con save.
Luckily, my damage things isn't dependent on bonus stuff.
Luckily.
Okay, so take one move.
Okay. One of your finest moves, please.
So this leaves me with no movement, but next time I would be able to move.
Yeah. Well, half move, but yeah. I also Siren, yes, big man fall down. Big man's been restrained mostly. He ain't prone, but he's restrained. Depending
But
on how
he's
level it
so
is.
Fleabite already has
I
advantage.
think he was prone when she typed that, though, to be fair.
Yeah, like it was a wee while ago. Like 25 minutes ago or something. Yeah. Was that answer to you, Alexander? Yeah.
Yeah.
He has
Um,
advantage currently.
So there's no point in else. And this way, if Fleabite does mess this up, then we still get to use the attack probably from Keldra. So. Okay, then I will make my attack Green flame blade.
Nice.
Okay, and I would like to do this.
Yeah, because there's no cost to doing that. It's just something you can do.
And
Right, so what is the damage from that alone at the moment? So what is the damage equal to your level?
it'll be 8.
Okay, so that's 8 so far. Okay.
And yeah, so I've got sneak attack pipped, so I just click.
Yep, it should do all the other damage for you. Okay. So add those up and add your 8 in. Remember the 8 doesn't double because it's not dice. For the crit, I mean.
42.
Right, so what is all this added? Is it 42? Yeah.
42.
92 total, right?
Well, it'll be. This will double now. So 42 double.
Then plus 8. So.
No, the 8's already been added in.
Oh, and 8's already in, right? Okay.
Yeah, because everything doubles. So you add all that, like we added all those numbers up.
Okay.
Unless someone's done the maths wrong, I didn't count any of
I
this.
see. I see where it's coming in. No, that was me. I was.
Okay, it's fine.
Double counting 8.
That's why I put the 8 up first, because Fury the Small doesn't get affected by the crit. But it will help the vulnerability.
84 is still pretty fucking respectable.
From an action.
Nice.
And obviously
Yeah.
his free action of Fury of the Small. Which I don't think people expected a level 8 character to just sneakily pull out
Oh yeah, an extra 16
Mhm.
damage, yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, just to top off a nice 84. So,
That's very-
yep, that's very, very nice, very nice. Have we updated the tracker? Is that a new record?
Nope.
Is that a new record? Um, let's have a look. Let me just double check.
So the next.
That's a new
So,
one. So 70 was the highest.
careful who's editing that. Because it's not as
I'm
dynamic. Don't worry. Right. Let's see. So, let me just do. I need to read this ability.
Oh.
Oh no, it's so. I'll send you this in stages because it's fun, right? So,
Okay.
if damage reduces me to 0 hit points, I get to make a con saving throw. And here's my favorite part. Let me show you a. Here is my favorite part. There's what the DC would be. Right?
Oh.
However, here is the next line. So there's
Ah.
2 reasons in there. Well, the thing is, the top part like would have made it pointless anyway. Because what's that? An 89 DC?
Yeah.
DC 89, I think, is the legit highest DC I've ever had in a game. Considering before that, I think DC 34 was the legit highest, and that came from someone being like in a gorilla shape, like polymorphed into like a giant gorilla, and they were Finger of Death by a wizard. And obviously the concentration check was important to see if they still had a gorilla wrapped around them. And I think they got like, was it 68 damage that would have been? So obviously the concentration check was a DC 34, which they didn't make, funnily enough. And I don't intend, well, I don't get to roll because of the secondary line there, but I don't think I'd have made a DC 89. Even if it wasn't fire damage and or a critical hit. Yeah.
However, because I'm frozen until the end of its next turn, I'm now frozen forever because it's never getting another.
Rose is written, yeah.
Yeah, that
Um,
is
yep,
how it's
yep.
expressed.
There is that move, and there is that move, and there is that move, by the way, that I was using that were
Yeah.
very, very fun. This thing is penta-dead, by the way, in case you didn't get that. It's penta-dead. It took more damage below. Yes, you can get your health. Oh dear. Things you need to use actions to do. 4 damage is sickening. Right, so turn ends, and I guess Keldrath, if you really want to punch it now, you can. But it's dead.
There ain't much point, is there?
No, it's dead. It's not going to get back up with Undead Fortitude for the aforementioned reasons, because lol. But what I'll do is I will roll a con saving throw. I was quite shy. Yeah. So what do you do? Fleabite, that's your go.
Am I unfrozen?
No, obviously. Where are we? Until the end of its next turn. Its turn's not came around yet, so technically no. So we're bam, we're bam, we're bam, we're bam. You're now unfrozen.
Hey.
Because I'm not going to do that, because that would be absolute garbage. It's like, quick, someone resurrects it just so it can have a turn.
That would be an interesting campaign
would
mechanic
be
for like
hilarious.
a really super serious dark campaign with a big scary bad guy. Like, oh no, you can't kill it just any old time. You've got to make sure everyone's.
There's the line in Infinity War where it says, "Good luck trying to like break a dead man's spell or enchantment or whatever he says," like Doctor Strange says. And I always like that side of things where you need the right person who did the enchantment to undo it, or you need to be strong enough to break it. On the flip side of that. That came up in my Friday game as well. Somebody asked to have their Tabaxi form broken because they got turned into a cat by a wizard they were trying to steal from. And they asked a powerful sorceress to fix it, and she's like, I can't undo their spell, but I can break it, but that means breaking you. I just hope I can put you back together. Do you want to try it? And they're like, yeah, sure, okay.
Well,
so, yeah, fun.
Who dares wins.
Exactly. Yep. Right, so, what's the plan, gang? I'll take that out of the initiative order if it makes you feel better. And what I will do is I'll let you know that we'll just use this order as the current exploratory order.
I'd like to search the fallen zombie creaturey thing for anything we can use as warm clothing, because it seems like it's going to get much colder where we're going.
Roll investigate without advantage, obviously. Banger, if you pick up your torch, you need to.
Nope, forget it.
You know what? I will do that and stow my hammer.
Okay.
For the time being.
Problemo. So
Probably leaning quite heavily on my shield right now.
Yep, makes sense. So this thing is wearing, see, like the big guy that you met, Keldrath, before. What level is he on here? Let's double check. Is it this one? It's on the map there. That's it. So if I do this, see this guy. Remember, you met somebody like that with the intense stare. So it's not so much that warm clothing is just clothing that you aren't sized for. Right. Yeah. So.
Yeah, the zombie image is a little bit deceptive in that term.
Yeah. So even though obviously what you fought is this, it's because it was one of those that came back up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So like this guy is in fact one of those guys. D&D.
Yeah, because you needed something to represent a frosty zombie giant, so you used a frost giant zombie. That makes sense.
Yep. So.
Perfect.
So yeah, there is that. MD doing anything. Also, you find nothing of value is the gist of it, given that everything's probably like either like frozen solid to it or gone. Yeah. Investigate 2 doesn't give you much.
Oh, definitely not.
Fleabite.
I think Fleabite's gonna head over to like here. Yeah.
Okay.
It's alright. And it's going to carve an inverted triangle onto the tree.
Also, if we're going rules as written, that doesn't say this thing has to be alive, which arguably it wasn't in the first place. Which is I just find funny. So I guess that would be happening anyway. But I'm not.
You know what?
Mhm.
I'm going to make a rule lawyer's argument.
Okay.
Once it's no longer undead and just plain dead, it's no longer a zombie.
No, I think it is still.
Because a
It's still
corpse
what
is
it
no
is.
longer a creature, right?
Yeah, but that's type. Zombie, it's still a zombie object. Sorry, bud. It doesn't lose that. Doesn't lose that part. The only reference to creature is you. Yeah. A lot of the abilities do state if the thing's still alive, or like unless the thing is unconscious or whatever, and then certain things drop off. So I guess because it's a cold boy, it remains cold.
Okay.
But
So you're telling me if we take some of them with us,
if you just drag him constantly and just like, I mean, action to drag isn't going to be. You don't have to worry about multi attacks. So, but anyway, what were you doing with your bear?
Fleabite would like to carve a non-litigious symbol onto the tree.
Okay, and like we'll get a non-describable one. Yeah.
Legally distinct. Oh yeah, also I would have dropped concentration and let that fade away.
Your difficult terrain can't, like your flames
Oh no,
terrain.
that.
But yeah,
Not this.
that's your entangled can go away. That was probably cool big frozen vine things. Maybe like
Yeah, just like melt away.
Like maybe it was like cool, kind of almost like sea kelp or weed or whatever coming up through the ice. That's cool. And it like brittly cracks away. Yeah.
I guess Fleabite might say out loud, might not keep away from other one, just in case it gets up too.
Wait a second and we'll have a check.
Get there, Fleabite.
Yep.
Finger. I'll get rid of your.
Hey, I would like to.
Everyone's square.
No, what I would first like to do is use Eyes of the Grave to become aware of the presence of all undead within 60 feet of me.
Yep. Keldrath and or Fleabite, are either of you undead?
Not this round.
To the best of our knowledge.
Yeah, that's quite a large radius. Covered.
Yeah, it's quite like it's most of the map. Yeah. But no, we don't.
Since no undead at all.
None.
He's a little surprised by that.
In that other one sitting there, yeah.
The other one doesn't look like it's gonna get back up. Then he'll trudge forward slowly, and that's his turn.
Yeah. I take it you're not fussed about clearing it away. You just want to clear it to be free of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't care about tidying up the lake. That's fine.
I don't give the beginnings of a shit about that.
That's fine. So long as I know, we're good. Okay. So yeah. Anything else you want to do as a team here? Because we're back to the top of the round there. So is there anything else you wish to do in this particular area, or you want to like try and like leave this area? You can tell me now.
Would Vanger have better luck trying to find out what killed the seemingly non-zombie one?
Don't know.
I mean, he's got a decent medicine score, so there is a possibility.
I mean, the bar is currently set at a 9.
I mean, I did roll medicine for the other one, but then it got up before I could do it.
Yep.
Um.
It's almost like that was the trigger to start the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm
Because keep in mind, medicine
reasonably
is...
confident this guy isn't going to get up. Partly because it doesn't look undead to me, and partly because you've already stepped near it.
Yeah, so you've had Fleabite step near it, shot over it, and you have done Eyes of the Grave, and you don't sense, like...
So
Yeah.
I'm about as confident as I can be that thing won't get up. So if somebody suggested Fleabite, because you've already had a look yourself, it might occur to you to suggest to Vanger. Vanger in his current state is very much not thinking about that.
Also, this thing is like mostly like roasted. Like that's probably another reason why you investigate. It got you nothing. Forgot it was like a lot of fire damage as well. So there's very little left of that. Even if somebody could come over and be like, "Get back up, Jimmy." It ain't happening. I just realised I hadn't put his cross on him.
So yeah, I mean, if anyone was going to suggest that, he would be willing to do it.
I'd be curious to find out whether the second giant was killed by the zombie.
Mm-hmm.
I think
That's
that
a
would
good
be
point.
yeah. If they were actually battling each other, if there was any way to investigate that.
There is, by using Investigate. You go stand next to it and roll Investigate.
Yep, I can make it in one move. No,
Okay.
I can't. It's
okay, you can just go and do it. This is... Yep. Yep. At least that one's a better square to stand in.
Investigate.
And it gets up.
My investigate isn't very good, but here we go anyway.
Hey! Yeah, it straight up looks like the zombie killed it. Like, the zombie was obviously carrying a weapon. It just never used it on Vanger, it just stared at Vanger. The thing is, it didn't need to. The smart move for it was to use that stare.
Yeah.
Because that stare does an absolute fuck ton of damage. And paralyzes, which means I don't need to worry about concentration because the DC for those is usually quite high. Luckily you could just roll a 19, which was awesome. So you still kept it wrapped up, but it was essentially just like wrapped in vines as it was just staring with big blue eyes at him, which is cool. I mean, realistically, that's probably why your torch should have went out, but it didn't say it would affect it, so it doesn't. But yeah, you can definitely tell like they seem to have fought, and it's, you know, clearly like been playing dead, funnily enough. Yeah.
I don't know for how long or anything like that.
No, because because of the nature of the attacks on Vanger, or the cold damage, it's hard to place how long it's been here because of how cold this area is.
Yep. Makes sense.
Yep. I'm glad, because our brain is obviously not working at 100% today, so I'm glad that does make sense, because it felt like it made sense to me. But yeah. But it definitely looks like they killed each other. Yeah. Insofar as one seems to not quite stay dead.
It is now permanently dead. Just to confirm before I make my next suggestion.
So I will state completely as your GM, as far as you and Vanger and Fleabite can tell, based on what you have done, it is permanently dead as far as you can tell. I will happily state that.
No, he's never going to tell us like with absolute certainty. Well, it's still a thing that's in the game, right? But I've looked at it.
Other
with
than the
eyes
thing
of
that you
sea
have just
undead.
burned into like hell completely with
Yeah.
an 84 damage roll, yeah. That is gone. I may as well delete it from the map. That's how gone it is.
Yeah.
But
So
I was
like,
just going to say, can we just throw a torch at it and just make sure it's gone?
hey, you do have like a bunch of torches between you. You could do that
yeah,
if you wanted.
it's not like again like if you were to suggest that in character, Vanker would point out that he's looking at it and it's just a corpse. Like he'd know.
I don't know. Does Keldrath know that you can just look at things though and tell they're dead?
I'd say like, yeah, if we want to go through that, we
Mhm.
can go through that.
I think it's
but
worth having as the last piece of dialogue. Yeah, where you tell me what you're doing.
Yes, so okay then. I'll say to, can you burn that? Can you make sure it's totally gone?
It's gone. Yeah. Believe me. He sort of taps the side of his like just above the temple, like next to the eye and the brow. These eyes can see that sort of thing. When I need to. When I was checking to see that the other one was, I could see that the whatever was animating this thing is burnt out of it. It's just remains now. Suppose it might be respectful to burn it, but I don't want to waste the torches, to be honest with you.
Then how do you feel about camping here for the night and regaining your strength you lost?
I say that sounds like a fine idea. Oh, perhaps those trees beyond, we can find a nice area and we can sit down and heal a little bit.
Yeah, you definitely want to leave this immediate area. I think to set up a camp, you want to find some kind of shelter from like the wind shear as well. It's a shame as well because I was fully tempted to have a mechanic where if you actually physically made contact with you guys, we were going to roll to see how far along the ice you slid. But it never came up. Funnily enough, it was good that it got locked down super quickly. Right. Anything else to do in this particular direct area, or are we going to like head on? What's the plan?
Well, yeah, heading a little bit beyond here might be a good idea before we camp, so...
Just camping on a frozen lake is a bad idea.
Oh yeah, I was
Yeah.
thinking we're looking the trees, like for some easy cover.
Above Flea Bite?
Yeah. So... nobody
I've
else?
got nothing
Fleabite?
else to do here.
Fleabite?
no.
It was mostly Fleabite I was looking for because you'd still
I would
identity. Very good. Guess I can move us on to the next page.
Ooh.
Which is this one.
Jeez.
So, you said on. Obviously, given the conditions, it's going to be a survival check to get a proper campsite location because you'll need to make sure that there's actually, enough ground to properly situate said
Can
campsite.
someone else take the lead in that, and I'll give assistance this time?
Yeah, so
I think I'm not in the condition to lead.
Yeah, that makes sense. You're a bit beat up.
I'll do that with my hawk.
Sure, yeah.
I don't get advantage of that, do I?
No, I take advantage. I'll try and help.
Yeah,
sure I
Vanger
can help.
will help. Yeah, he's allowed to help.
Yep.
Hey. Yep.
Nicely done.
I guess you find some kind of almost, what do you call it? Not quite a cave, but almost a cave. A concave shape.
Yeah, a little outcrop or something.
Corey.
Yeah. You find some enough of a windbreak and whatnot. One where maybe the snow hasn't quite creeped up on. Still maybe frosty, but it's as good as you're gonna get in this area. So you find that, and you can set up your camp. Short rest or long rest? What's the plan for you guys? Because It is
Long
still,
rest for me. I'd like to get my key points back.
well, it doesn't matter for you. Key points come back
Yeah,
on
long
either.
rest.
Yeah.
Just so you know, you'd lose a day to that, and the cold is getting worse.
Okay, well maybe short rest and do some healing spells.
Like, as I said, I don't mind if you want to just sit for a day, but sitting for a day would be bad in terms of, activity. Yeah. So it's up to you what the plan is. Short rest every day, long rest. Team.
Yeah, short rest fine then. Yeah.
Yep. You get your key points back in a short rest anyway, so.
Yeah.
Because monks are broken. Genuinely, just such a good class.
Where we short rest, I'm gonna. Well, before we short rest, I'll do a couple of healing. I think.
Well, do you mean like actual spells?
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I think I'm gonna cure wounds myself. Should I go for?
Just as it might be a good time for if you're doing any of those hit dice food things.
That's at the end of the short
Yes.
rest.
Yeah.
We're currently at the start of the short rest, just so as we get the mechanics all sorted.
I'm just gonna use one level 3 in myself
Yep.
and see what I do there.
It's not bad. That's not bad.
It's
16.
not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. So I will put on 16 health back to myself, which brings me to 57, which you don't know. Sorry. I'll get over that one day.
No, you won't.
But yeah, I'm dramatically. He's looking a lot cheerier as we take the short rest.
Okay. Now, is anyone spending hit dice? And or
Yes.
doing your things during the course of, like, for example, now your cooking thing, etc.
I will use.
What does Keldras thing allow you first? That's assuming you're gonna prep the food for the short rest. Keldras.
I'm going to find it. Just to make sure. Long read.
Okay. So as part of the short rest, you can cook food. I'd say we're still at the stage where it would still cost you a ration to activate that for, like, per person, because you are feeding a person. But you can turn a ration into a special ration that would let them heal more.
So, for a number of creatures equal to 4 plus your proficiency bonus, there's only 3 of us.
Yep, so it doesn't
Sounds
matter. So
good.
you can do 3 of it. So if you wanted to, luckily, like, 2 of you don't need to heal, so
Yeah.
you only need to spend
Yeah.
1 ration
1.
to fix Vanguard up with like a special meal.
Basically give me an extra hit dice. So
Yeah.
if I
Yeah.
spent like.
You're basically turning a ration into a potion, which is the thing that Rangers should have got by default, if you ask me. But
Yeah,
it's-
I
Yep.
actually agree because Aragon, Aragon rather.
Yep.
So
I will do that.
if you do
At
that,
least.
I will roll.
So if you roll 1
2
hit dice, no, just do 1, because you do them at a time, right? So just do 1,
Yeah.
and then you
okay,
get a
one
D8,
second.
you'll get a D8 on top of it. And now,
So again, I'll roll another.
well, get a D8 first, because that happens automatically.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was your special
And then
note.
we'll
So
roll
that's 6. Yep.
Ooh.
Nice.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, because it's like
Yeah.
This
Yep.
is my bot modifier. I forgot about my modifier.
Yep. So 17. Is
So-
that? Yeah.
17, and that puts me up just shy of full health.
Nice.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on.
Just
My mental arithmetic's so bad. Okay.
remember, you can just click on the token on the main page if need be, and just. limit it to the
I
maths.
don't remember that, Ryan. I'll be honest with you.
Okay. So, these are. I assume you light a fire. I assume for heat.
And for cooking, yes.
And you did very well on your survival anyway, so we're all good for all that. So you've set that up. Is anyone doing anything during the hour? Like, your obviously time's taken up by probably resting and healing primarily, Vanguard. Yours is taken up by cooking, obviously, primarily. But Fleabite, what are you doing? Fleabite angels in the snow, or like
Crime.
I guess Fleabite can keep watch.
excellent.
Sure.
Roll perception.
Oh.
Siren Nashandra
Yep.
left us some inspiration. Could
Why not
use-
burn it now? Yep, since we're in the session.
Burn it. It could be better.
So, while you're staring really, really, really hard into the distance, visibility's relatively poor because obviously there's a bit of snow blindness, and a hand rests on your shoulder.
Cynthia's back.
He hopes.
Tune in for another amazing adventure.
Tune in. No, you know what? Because Tom's not here, it's going to be Sarah.
Any reaction, Flipper?
I presume it's not dangerous, simply because I would be warned if it was dangerous.
Would you be warned if it was dangerous? I mean, your alert thing, you mean? Your can't be snuck up on?
Yeah, alert is
Yeah,
pretty bad.
No, that's not proccing.
Okay. I mean, I think just regular flea bite reaction would be to
Come straight into your sack.
would be to back away and probably back away and see who it is.
Okay, yeah. I back away, and it is clearly Cynthia. I am wrapped in, slightly more winter-looking clothing herself. Big hood, big furry hood up. Like her kind of tousled, kind of like browny red hair, flapping in the wind. And she kind of like gives you like a smile through the distance between you. Did I startle you?
Not expect, but not surprised. Yes.
And she smiles. And she says, "So you've met them then?"
Nothing so far as yet that cannot be stopped, brought down. Big, fall hard, yes.
She just nods, kind of like looks off at the kind of direction you were looking at and looks back to you. And then says, "You shouldn't waste too much time here." And you two aren't too far away, like you can probably hear Fleabite talking to somebody. Like just maybe he's like the mouth of whatever kind of shelter you've got. If you're around the side chatting away over a fire and whatever cooking noises and bandaging noises happen.
Bill's ability bad enough to impair a view of who it is, or is he just not in her line?
I'd say because of that you have taken shelter, it's just that like you just can't see where Fleabite's keeping watch. He's like round the side, I guess. But you could easily just like it wouldn't interrupt anything for you to just go and just be there too, right? If you wanted to, go to like the mouth of the cave or whatever it is. So no, that's that big an issue. You can go and see who Fleabite's talking to.
I think I'm just going to shout at him.
Mhm.
Someone there, Fleabite!
Yes, there. 3 guesses. Need not.
She just laughs.
Oh, I see.
Lady's back.
And I think she'll look to you, Fleabite, and say, "Shall we go inside for a moment?" And she just like heads in. And you see, obviously, a winter coat version of Cynthia, kind of like dusting some of the snow off her shoulders. She like pulls her hood down and goes, "Mind if I share the fire for a bit?"
Of course not.
He's
Thank you. I was just saying as she's like, pulling off like, her gloves. Just saying to Fleabite there, you've met them then.
I see. These undead are the threat that you were referring to.
She just nods, staring at the fire. Like, kind of like, warming her hands up against them, the flame. And she kind of like looks at all of you in turn and says, "You bested one. There are many to go."
Yeah. And we avoid them.
She just kind of like, she seems to think about that for a bit and she says, "Perhaps. But they know of you now." In fact, a more dramatic last line is, "She knows of you now."
Oh.
There you go. We'll go with that. That's a much more dramatic line to end the session on. There you go. So yeah,
may I submit in honor of young
Mhm.
Fleabite? If we've not already used that.
I don't think so. I don't think we've used that. It's not bad, not bad.
Or whatever grammatically terrifying version you said.
We also have suggestions from Siren the Chandra, which was who needs last names, and the other one was big guy.
Yeah.
I'll just put in some terrible ones. So Ice to Meet You is one, because obviously it's terrible.
What killed the dinosaur?
There's not like a snappy way of saying what killed the fire giants, right? Sadly.
I mean, there really needs to be like, why are dinosaurs? This is the thing I don't get. Why are dinosaurs in D&D and shit dinosaurs? Why don't they call them like thunderbirds or something like that? Or do they actually have thunderbirds? Is that why they don't do it? I don't know.
I think the answer is yes.
Because a lot of them, they just like if you existed in a world where birds existed and other closely related theropods existed, you'd probably just think of the theropods as flightless birds.
I think I'm going to just put in DC 89. I think that's my actual serious suggestion for a title, because I don't think we're ever likely to see that again.
It was pretty high.
It's ridiculous.
Good comboing.
Can you see, Chris, why they were suggested perhaps delaying your turn to pull that off?
Definitely.
Yeah, like obviously.
I do get it.
Yeah. Also, uncannily, it seems like Roll20 knows when they're doing it, because Fleabite usually crits. Like legit. I think you have done this 5 times, maybe 6 times now, and I'm sure 4 of those have been crits. Which is kind of silly.
Is that the case? That is.
I genuinely think.
Yeah, this would at least be the third I can remember, and I would not be surprised if I'm forgetting one.
Yeah. Even if it was the third, though, the fact that it's specifically this combo, it's silly. Did you add in the fact that it's crits to your tracker?
I didn't.
Nope. That's fine. But, yeah. That's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
I would have been interested to find out under those circumstances. So, how did that work again?
So, what happened was, the main thing that happened was Vanger has a move as a cleric that he can use. It's a channel
Specifically as a
definitor.
cleric of the grave.
Yep, and it is a special move that you can do a vulnerability to all damage for 1 attack, basically, right? And it's the next attack that hits. So it's a bit like a curse, if you will. Vulnerability
Mhm.
is just double damage as a condition, right? And because Fleabite crit, that doubles the dice involved, which was disgusting because Fleabite can also add damage sources from a lot of different places, such as sneak attack, which is nice because it's extra dice. Fury of the Small didn't double because it was just a static number you get. He just gets his level, which was 8. So we added up all that, and then that was what our 42 was, I think. And then because that damage was being applied as normal, then Vanger's thing triggers, which was the vulnerability. So the big guy just takes double damage from an attack. That one attack's damage happened to be 42. That doubles to 84. And that's what happened. It's a sickening combo. But it's why I don't really worry about your damage potentials as a group. Yeah.
I wonder if it might actually have even been worthwhile using Turn Undead there, but I think keeping it still seemed like a
I think
better
you did
idea.
well.
Had I known about its gaze,
Mm-hmm.
I might have gone for Turn Undead. But
Mm-hmm. But that was the point, right? It's why I didn't make a point of pasting in abilities. For that reason. I just shared what you would have learned as we went on.
makes sense.
Which I think was better. It was a bit more tense. So yeah.
So my using my quarterstaff, which gives me a maximum of 12 hit points, that would be 12 just doubled.
No. So what would happen is, in fact, no. Yes, I'm completely right. So if you just rolled normally and it wasn't a crit, it would be whatever your max damage could potentially be. Which, if it is a quarterstaff, if it's a D10, is it not a maximum?
1d8 plus 4.
1d8 plus 4. So obviously that would then double because its vulnerability is the thing that Vanguard does to it. So that's the double damage part. However, the missing step there is if you crit, you roll double the dice but not double anything else. So your plus 4 isn't doubled, but your dice are. So it'd be 2d8 plus 4 if you crit first, right? So 2d8, 16 plus 4, 20, and then if that was the max you rolled, then the vulnerability would kick in after that step. And that would go from 20 up to 40, because the curse is the last thing you apply. Because everything else is dealt with in the attack, if it's a crit or not. And that's why, so you could do that from just bonking somebody with a staff with that combo. It's still respectable, because that's still 40 damage.
And you couldn't add in a key attack or flurry of blows on top of that as well.
Yeah. It just
wouldn't be doubled.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't be doubled. Yeah,
because
yeah,
the
yeah.
flurry
Okay.
does separate attacks, but a stunning strike just doesn't do damage. If you had a move that added dice into that initial attack, then it would count. But it needs to be something that adds into the initial attack, yeah.
Into that initial count. Yeah.
It's why, as a paladin, see, because they can cast divine smites when they attack, and it just adds more dice of holy damage into it, or radiant it's called, I suppose. Like, that's why them critting is disgusting, because they can just go, I'ma just throw a massive divine smite into this as well, and we'll just roll double all the dice involved. And it's sickening, quite frankly. And then that with a vulnerability thing, yep, disgusting.
Oh yeah, whenever that gets activated, move out of the way and let Fleabite do it, because my maximum's 40, so...
It's just because like Fleabite's got magic as well, which helps.
Yeah.
Magic and those racial traits that he's got, that Fury of the Small thing, which is just always fun to see it crop up. Which is good. What I like though as well is, and I'll talk about it in the wrap-up chat actually, we'll deal with the name first, so we still haven't dealt with, right? So we've got 1 vote so far. Let's get another 2 votes from somewhere, peoples. Where are they going? Where are they falling? Who's getting what vote? And we shall move on.
You know I'm a notorious multi-voter. Sorry.
At least you're voting for my terrible eyes to meet you.
Oh, I'm a
good.
big fan of that extremely good pun.
Yeah.
I've
Can I
got to
change
go.
my spells on a... Oh, is it only a long?
Only along, yeah.
Right, okay. Damn.
Again, you can decide to go on a long, but what you could do though, Colin, is you could just prep a list in advance.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. I'm just looking. Actually, my spells that actually hurt undead are quite limited.
There aren't many.
which feels wrong, doesn't it?
It's generally because damage hurts them. So
Yeah,
that's why usually,
but a lot of my damage is necrotic.
which isn't ideal. But so, and keep in mind, this isn't the type of system where like healing hurts, even though.
Yeah, I know. It used to be, I think, but it's not in 5th, certainly.
Yeah, I couldn't say for certain, but I do think that used to be the case way back when. But I couldn't even say which version. And it might also just be me thinking of like things like Final Fantasy and
No,
obviously
it did,
Divinity.
because I'll tell you why. I read the 3.5 official WoW module,
Also,
and
we have a
it
winner for the
gives the Forsaken that, even though Forsaken explicitly can be healed by the light, it just hurts them.
We have Make Big Man Fall Down for our title.
I like it.
It's
I like
good.
it a lot.
It was from chat as well.
Yeah, we're honouring our viewer.
Yep. So Siren Nishandra, I know you're no longer watching, but thank you very much for having joined us as long as you did, and also you got a title.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations, you have won the game. So yeah. Also, since that was in reference to something like Fleabite said, I mean that's us running like so a wee 3 in a row,
Yeah,
right?
it was 3.
It's
Yeah.
not bad. I know he didn't necessarily say the last time. I think was it me or was it? I think me and you both said rat racing last time, but I definitely said flea market. But they're all at least in honour of Fleabite. So
he is
can you
definitely
make
a
4 in a
very,
row?
memeable character, I think is the thing.
Must try harder, team.
Yep. This is it. Right. Okay, we've done that. Goals. Let's have a look at those. Reach site of Barris. No. Decide fate of egg. No. Stops the deaths Cynthia predicted. I mean, you're kind of talking about avoiding a lot of things, and maybe these things are the reason she's talking
Yeah.
about that. Maybe. There's probably a lot worse.
I definitely think that could be the case, but I also feel like we're going to kind of have to deal with some of them to get through this, which I think I said last time. So it might end up being something we just end up sort of contributing to without actively seeking.
Yeah. And then use stag as Cynthia intended. I don't think that's come up. Mostly because our narrative excused party member is probably the one carrying it. Personal goals. Yep. I guess we're now at the stage where we talk about are any goals changing or being added because we have lots of blanks.
Well, it seems like a good idea to add something Cynthia related. If, for instance, we had a party member that had a strong connection to Sorry.
To synth, yes.
To synth, yeah, to synthwave. I don't know. Like, I think I'm quite happy to continue sort of being the, and I think it worked very naturally into this session, like trying to continue the protector role. So I'm very happy with mine.
You have a lot of good spells for it. Like,
Uh,
you're well situated to do that. Like, you have a very good class combo. Yeah.
but I think we could maybe have something like just temporarily, and if it turns out to be something that's too much of a distraction from our current thing, but maybe we could put in like as a party, investigate the woman who is responsible for all this undead bullshit. But perhaps not in those words.
Yeah.
As a personal goal or as a group goal?
As a group goal,
Group
but
goal.
It honestly doesn't really matter.
I know.
Like, as a personal goal, you just need to have had a hand in helping, but it doesn't matter how many people helped.
investigate. You know what? Leave it.
Investigate.
I like it.
A source of undead blight. Yeah. Okay. I think identify is a better word.
Perhaps.
Investigate source of undead. Identify. Perfect. Identify source of undead blight. / Right. Personal goals. Eltris is weirdly quiet, so don't worry about that.
He has a personal goal, weirdly enough, now, which is just Big Drew. I'm not sure why.
Right, that's fine. We'll leave it. You know what he's going to do? He's going to go, okay. And that will be it. I guess that's my goal. Fleabite, what you got? Show me what you got.
Yeah, I had been trying to think of something sort of Cynthia, but I think that probably. I was thinking sort of see if Cynthia can tell us more about the.
I was going to say, if your goal is in any way related to can Cynthia help you, the answer is probably no.
Convince her to give us rations.
I don't know if you want what she'd supply.
I've still got her tea.
So if you want some like baseline anesthetic, I suppose you're alright. I do love the idea though that is tea you've shoved up a farrier sorry's nose.
Yeah.
That may or may not be one of the rarest things on the planet. And that's peak to me. Oh, that poor boy. Haranen, that was his name. Oh dear. I assume Keldrath and Vanger, you're keeping your goals?
I'd love to change mine, but I've got no idea.
That's okay.
To
That's okay. As I said, this particular journey arc isn't that conducive to personal goals, sadly. Usually when you end up in a hub area in a game, it's much easier to get something on the. It is tricky. It's very, very tricky. And obviously the last hub run was very Thoden oriented. Because Fleabite is just a people person, he's really easy to integrate with, obviously, any community. What's happening, Alexander? What's happening? Nothing? Nope. No Alexander? Nope. Okay.
I was trying to think.
Alexander.
I was always trying to think, is there something more inter-group? Is there a way that Fleabite can get Vanger to teach him more about what undead is? I'm trying to think what the fail condition for that.
I think the problem as well is you're going to find that Vanger's education undead is perhaps more from a perspective of a sort of religious disgust for them and having occasionally dealt with them rather than a sort of deep study of them. Although, of course, that doesn't mean he wouldn't be happy to share that.
I mean,
given how little he knew about vampires when he rolled that time as well, I guess his grander knowledge of undead in that aspect isn't great. That we know at least already.
I think he's mostly dealt with minor undead. I don't think vampires are running around the world too openly. You probably don't bump into them often.
I mean, you definitely haven't at least, and we know that. QED. So, I mean, Alexander, no. I have also been trying to find a rat in winter clothes, and apparently it's not the easiest thing to find. Especially not when I have a very specific image in my head. Well, there are some glorious images. Ones that are probably more suitable than what I've got in mind, but I do prefer some of these ones.
Is that wearing a it is it looks like a it is wearing a Soviet cap. Skaven are generally portrayed as being sort of fascists, but commie Skaven would be an interesting twist.
I mean, Fleabite's kind of going that way, sadly. I don't know why sadly was a qualifier in that.
Yeah, I didn't want to query that. I'll be honest.
No, it's okay. I don't know what that means. That's an interesting thing. I'll explore later. Some self-reflection. Yeah.
We did have a sort of commie goblins in 40k, which is quite funny. Not quite commies, but they were anarchists, I suppose.
Right. Okay.
The Red Gobbo. That was his name.
Right.
It's the leader.
Fleabite, I guess you don't have a goal. Is that what we're saying?
I think that's what we've ended up with.
Okay. Does anybody have any suggestions for one Mr. Yes? Or what was it, Nostone? I think it was Nostone. Was the
Nostone is actually Nostone's actually a really good name.
Yeah.
She's got her her suggestion game is on point.
Mhm.
I respect it. I do think something Cynthia related would make sense, but I don't have any Cynthia related ideas. So
Okay, so Alexander, here's a
However-
question for you then. In fact, no, Colin, if you have one, feel free to continue suggesting.
I was gonna say, like, in terms of the undead, like, I don't imagine Fleabite has a great deal of ethical problems with the undead.
No.
Sorry, I don't believe Fleabite has a great deal of ethical problems.
I think he has ethical problems. No, so my
Title
thinking
name
was
next time.
Yep.
my thinking was like maybe it would be of interest to you to actually investigate the necromancy rather than investigate.
You mean as a necromancer himself?
Inquire into. Yeah, like see if how he could harness it rather than see how he could fight it. A la, well, I mean, obviously he might see it as connected. I don't know, but it might be trying to uncover their secrets to use them to your own ends. Might be, I don't know. It's just a thought.
What's Alexander's thoughts on that?
I mean, I
It's
can
around,
definitely see where that's sort of coming from in the Fleabite, just trying to find ways to make, almost going down the, not quite Frankenstein, but more some sort of lich type.
because Frankenstein was a keyword.
Got your
Lich Rat would actually be quite cool. I think that's.
It's very difficult to not just default straight into Warhammer art though for this section of Fleabite's evolution, isn't it?
For my life generally.
Because like that one I found above had this underneath it, and it's just superior in every way, isn't it? Really. Like I like the adorableness of the little rat with the wooden.
Oh, see, that's just a grey seer. Yeah, that's just a normal Skaven.
I mean, by comparison to the one above,
Quasi
though.
normal Skaven.
I like the little shoulder
Yeah.
plate stuff with all the little skulls and stuff on it. But anyway, going once, Alexander. Going twice, Alexander.
Oh, keep thinking.
Okay.
Some good Rebel Grot images, but it's actually surprisingly hard.
In that case, I need to do some maths because that's always fun.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Can Colin, do you want to roll a d10?
I love to. Let me just get back into that window. D10. It's a 3.
Excellent. So, everybody can add that much XP. It's a decent chunk. It's the equivalent of a level 16 goal.
Nice.
It is nice. It is very nice. And that would have been much less. Sorry, what was that?
47100.
Yeah. So I was making it, but I'm not very confident with my mental arithmetic, so I was going over it again.
It's okay.
God, I am so slow.
So what was that? 45500 plus 1600. 47,100. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There you go.
Yeah.
And wins level 9?
48,000.
Oh!
Nice.
One goal
So
away?
we kill
Oh, 2 goals away?
Yeah, 2 goals.
Or we
Okay.
just need to find another one of those guys, man. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe that plan of, oh, can we avoid them is now looking like, can we fight 2 of them?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like leveling up's back in the menu. But
Mm-hmm. Keep in mind, you will drop I thought, yeah, it would just be fighting one of them, actually, sorry. That was divided by 3, it'd be divided by 4 next time. So you would drop it. It would still probably be enough to ding if you just fought another one. So that's not bad, not bad, not bad. As long as everyone's got their XP updated, so 47100.
Yeah.
Someone at some point, when it's relevant next week, make sure that Tom's is updated by screaming it at Tom. And then that's good. Beyond that, though, we're on to wrap up chat. We can start with Fleabite.
Yeah, that was fairly. Like I think getting off those like early stuns was very.
Oh, crucial. Yeah, it locked me up. Yep. And you did really well with saves, to be fair, right? There was a lot of high saves, because obviously I think everything worked out to be like a DC 17 until the end. So it just so happened that, because even the concentration check that Vanguard had to do ended up as like a DC 17 because of the damage done. So yeah, you did really well as a group. So, and you just wear down like your tank, really.
Yeah, and I think I I don't want to get like too like metagamey with that sort of path to the grave, but also we've kind of struggled at sometimes when Fleabite hasn't been the one to be able to get that.
Yeah,
that
that's
hit.
fair.
And like there's been several times where I've just like not said anything, and then someone gets a D8 and adds like an extra 4 damage to it, and I'm like, okay.
I think one thing I would suggest is like you could easily justify Fleabite, like as soon as I say that, scream out in character, let me, or something, It would feel very fitting for him to.
Or at any point, as a party, discuss upcoming tactics at a campfire.
Yeah,
like
that's my suggestion.
That thing that people could do, going, next time we're in a fight, and I do, whoa, that's me cursing it, and make sure Fleabite stabs it.
Because I think, like Keldrath can do, Keldrath can do more reliably about the same, if not slightly more damage than Fleabite can in one turn with all his attacks. But it is across like between 3 and 4 attacks, whereas with Fleabite it is just 1.
Yeah, because sometimes for Fleabite it can be like hit or miss, and then that's you done. Versus
Yeah.
you get several goes to have a chance at landing a hit, at least with Keldrath. Never mind the stun potential off the back of those. So, because you saw how bloody good stun is, it just, cripples me, buffs you guys. It's great.
There is my dilemma for the next level is going more warlock or more rogue. Obviously, the more rogue gives better.
New class.
The rogue gives better, gives like an extra d6 for all sneak attack and a few other good things. But the warlock, I could get Eldritch Smite,
which is pretty nice.
Which is just
burn a spell slot, right?
And get slightly. I think it's not quite the same as the Paladin's Smite, but it's just as good and has a knockdown effect, which could get pretty disgusting.
But you could also take a level of sorcerer. That's all I'm gonna say. I actually don't think you can. I don't think you can multi-class into it, can you? Because do you have a 13 charisma?
No.
And you cannot take that. Oh dear. Which is a shame, because I think that would have been a great thing for Fleabite to embrace.
No, I think I looked, and I think Rogue was the only possibly fighter.
Fighter would make sense, yeah. I don't think the bar should be that high, because it should realistically be like Dex or Strength to get into that, I think.
Ah, no, Barbarian.
You have Barbarian as well?
Possibly.
I mean, Fighter is just always good. So
yeah, 2 levels of Fighter makes every class better, so...
No, I think just getting a Rage on Fleabite as well.
Yeah, but like normally what you do is
Comical at the very least.
you would dip 3 levels into something normally if you're going to multi-class, right? And luckily Fighter only needs you to take 2. So that is sparing 1 for Barbarian. So there you go, there's your next 3 levels, 2 Fighter, 1 Barb. You Rage, 2 actions.
I saw that video.
A self-heal as well, you know? Second wind's nifty. And you'd never have to touch your potions. Yeah, it's alright. Do you get Danger Sense if you're early enough in a Barbarian? Is that a level 1 or is that level 2?
I think it's 2.
Yeah, so not that you need that given your like dagger essentially, but it's still a nice addition for like traps and stuff. So yeah. But anyway, anything else? Wrap up chat wise.
I think. I think we'll struggle to reach that height on the combo, but
DC 89 is just disgusting. Like I'm kind of gutted I was like ability locked out of using my actual con roll, but yeah, it was good.
And would you be willing to say if did the fire do any extra to it?
You're correct in thinking I probably wouldn't be.
I presume so.
Yeah, but you didn't notice anything, so
True.
So you can read into that if you want.
Yeah, it's a question.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's Sleepy.
And of course, we'll have to find out who she is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then ignore it. As we sneak on by.
I mean, this is why like, you don't have to engage with content that exists, right? Like the content should in theory exist regardless of you guys. Depending on if this is literally just a direct causal like clusterfuck because of you guys, obviously. But yeah. Okay, yeah. No, it'll be interesting. You could witness what it is and go, well, that sucks to be those people, bye.
Yeah.
Because it's not really your problem. Ultimately. It just might be worse on the way down. Assuming those gliders aren't at the top. Yeah. Anything else, bud?
Nope. I'm looking forward to next time.
Yeah. And Kildrath.
Yeah, it's good learning the interactions. Where it was all said there, being able to stun him so quickly, being able to ensnare him, the combinations are all there for us to use, and
You did take off a chunk of his health. Like, you did whittle down his health quite a bit.
very early.
Mhm.
I was actually worried that the 80 odds wasn't going to do the kill him, and I'm going to go, what the hell strength has he got? So,
Yeah.
because we've already done 30-40 damage already, so that kind of worried me a little bit.
Well, for those of you that like to do loads of numbers, he had about 50 left. So it was a significantly good move to remove him.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a solid choice. But no, it was good. Like you got the stun in. It really did like mess up like his ability to do a lot. The incapacitated status is great off the back of stun. Because I said I had like weaponry I didn't even get like a chance to use, and then when it came to it, I was like, it's more efficient if I just use like the freezing stare thing. So yeah, because anything that forces a save on someone else, if you're under a lot of abilities, is always the best option. So yeah, that was good. It was good.
Yeah, no, it was great. We're
Yeah,
becoming a kind of team. It's kind of
there's some good
we're
synergy.
learning.
Yeah, there's some good synergy.
Certainly was tonight. Yeah.
It really is.
And the good thing about that as well is, in theory, you'll have a tank that should be up front, taking that, from Ultras. At least his AC is somewhat better, which is good. Yeah. Anything else, Kildrath?
Nope, all good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good,
looking
good.
forward to next week already, and hunting down some more zombies to get that experience up.
Indeed. Yep, indeed. Looking forward to a natural story progression towards at least 900 XP. Vanger.
Hey, it only allows me to walk on water and across rooftops and things like that without falling, so
that is pretty cool.
it's nothing major.
Nothing major, just like, pseudo Jesus powers. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
Jesus was a half orc. I think we all know this.
That is true, to be fair. So besides getting
That wasn't a
demonetized by the
racist thing.
church,
Please do not quote this out of context.
yeah, this is straight away it's clipped now apparently. So before you go to Wenger, I will say that yet again I love that there was like an undead situation, in your mind at least, that you didn't start with Eyes of the Grave. I like
you know what? I didn't immediately think undead. I thought, oh, something's killed them. Like, I definitely should be more. I need to be more proactive with using it because Vanger would be, and that's a flaw in my role playing.
And it only hit me like when you were like, oh, I'd like to use that, and I was like, oh yeah, because I remember.
But it made sense after. It
100%.
Make sense that if we missed it at first, it's like, as soon as he knew one was, let me check the other.
I'm just saying it's the hindsight level of humor that I enjoy because it makes me think back to the time where you were convinced there was a vampire problem in Evershade, but you didn't use your Eyes of the Grave, and that's why I thought it was funny.
It was but then considering we rolled later that you knew fuck all about vampires, maybe that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. No, I think the story just makes it work, which is good.
The story giveth, and the story also giveth. So yeah, like that was a lovely little combat. We handled it really well.
Very well. Yeah.
There was a fantastic degree of synergy. I mean, genuinely, shockingly good. Like, we basically kept that guy from really getting into the thick of the fight. Aside from landing one really strong spell on me, which he couldn't really capitalize on properly. Didn't do a great deal at all. And he was obviously a tough boy, so
he was a chunk.
That whole fight could have been agony, right? That could have been a really rough fight, but we coordinated pretty well. I think it is true that we maybe need to talk in future a little bit, in advance, and sort of get down like what our coordinated strategy will be.
My recommendation would be that you should maybe, as a group, use those campfires to talk to each other about your goals page.
Our campfire chat is lacking.
You're entirely correct. We need to do that more often. But yeah, it worked out super. It could have gone even better had we had another body. So I was really pleased with that. Obviously, it was a combat heavy session, so mostly I'm going to talk about the combat. I thought like obviously I am a character who's very much geared sort of towards a support role. Damage, he can do damage. He can take a few hits, but primarily he's a sort of support role, and his personality suits that quite well. And so when you get to have sessions where he is essentially setting up the team to succeed, that's quite satisfying. Because it's like your character is performing.
It's peak performance, really, right? Let's face it.
Not just in the battlefield role, but also you're RPing them right. Like, he absolutely would hit them with an offensive move if he thought it were a good choice, but since he didn't, he didn't. Like, it's not like he's dedicated not to fighting. He drew his sword, his hammer, dropped the
torch.
The torch, knowing that might make it a little bit harder to see him if it went out, but he was more concerned with, like, right, well, there's a fight on, I have to be armed, and I can see him with or without this. So I got to make decisions that made sense for my character, and I got to play him in a combat in a way that worked really mechanically well and synergized nicely with the rest of the party. So yeah, great fun. Obviously, undead shenanigans, that's something he's going to be interested in. Something that's going to be a little bit more diverting for him than certain other things would be, because he has that aspect of, well, he's a servant of a god of sort of, an overarching sort of Skyfather type god, but specifically like the aspect of him as like the sort of keeper of the cycle, the sanctity of life, death, growth, decay, rebirth, that sort of the grave cleric very much, and the druid sort of both emphasize the idea of like there being a proper order of things and death having a place in it. So I think like it's a natural hook for him. So
And
quite excited
more
about that.
importantly, you did Earth Tremor, and it was the right decision because it was fun.
Yeah, I was very pleased with how the Earth Tremor worked. Don't get me wrong, that was great.
Because I like that it didn't
So,
take
yeah,
much. Because
so-
you're like, I don't know if this is a player achievement. I was like, yeah, but it's when are you going to get this opportunity? Like you're on like a frozen lake. It seems like
Oh no,
it was fun.
yeah.
Mhm.
I only even doubted it because I just thought like, am I gonna put myself in the water? And it's like, if that's gonna happen, what are the chances a giant won't be able to just do that to us anyway?
Exactly.
So it did make a lot of sense when I thought about it. So yeah, I'm glad I did that. But yeah, everyone worked together really nicely. Monks do seem to be a great source of consistent damage, which complements really nicely with the fact that obviously Flea Bite can really spike out the damage pretty reliably.
It's the fact that
for the big
obviously
hits.
the advantage that it just seems to be perma granted by you as a party is good because obviously
Oh yeah, just because we managed to CC him so well, was
yeah.
like, just advantage was just always on our side.
Peak. And obviously,
yeah,
if I
lovely
had
stuff.
got an attack off that wasn't just an auto like saving throw one, I would have been at disadvantage for like I think every attempt, pretty much.
Probably
yeah.
would have been.
It was good.
It was nasty. So yeah, like that was a great little session. Thanks for running, Ryan.
welcome.
Thanks for playing, guys. I really enjoyed that. I think we all did a damn fine job.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep. And
I mean-
the other strange thing is that Flea Bite, in any battle that I've seen him in, there's usually half a dozen Flea Bites. This time
Yeah.
it was just Flea Bite.
And do you notice that Flea Bite always gets the fucking killing blow?
To be fair,
But to be fair,
84
I'm not
damage.
trying to. So
84 damage is hard to argue with, though, right?
Yeah.
Any of those figures on that chart are hard to argue with.
Yeah.
like they are good. It's why I thought it was quite a fun thing to like just track. Because it's sickening. It really,
Flea
really
Bite
is.
is a very impressive damage dealer. I don't say that about it.
But that is actually something I hadn't quite realised, that Fleabite didn't even spend any of his spell slots, or he used his Fury of the Small, which you can't use again from the long rest. But other than that, it's all there's no like resources used.
Just your sneak attack that
No.
needs conditions to exist that they happily granted permanently.
Yeah.
Um,
I love that there's a possibility he could do even more than that. That's wonderful.
I also just loved the readers written rules of this guy doesn't get another turn, so you're perma frozen was funny. That
Yeah.
tickled me. It's like dumb
Jeremy.
dumb rule stuff I love, and that's peak. That's up there. Oh dear, we should have had like a shame channel for rules. That's what we should have had for any time there's an actual rule that's written dumb. It's like this is in here too.
Okay, sued, but for cyberbullying. This is the D&D team, you know.
Is that the official response when you get cyberbullied? Is it that you sue someone? I guess.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
These days.
but yeah, folks, have a think about the fact that you're about to hit level 9. Obviously, that's obviously quite a. I don't think it's a super exciting step for some people, but it might be depending on your class.
Yeah, I'm not
Um,
sure. I might put another point into Druid and start building the Druid up, but I'm really not sure because I've definitely been playing him as more of a cleric.
I think like maybe mechanically, yes, but like in the narrative, I'd say you've been playing him more druidy, right?
Okay.
Which is an interesting synergy, right? Because you definitely you've leaned more on your cleric abilities.
Yeah.
Out of combat primarily and in combat, but then your narrative interactions are very druid heavy.
Sure. Although something I would add is that he always talks about the druidic stuff
Yeah.
like it's not quite his thing. It's something he's picked up a bit of, and I do that deliberately because he's got 2 levels to 6 of the other one.
Yeah.
So I think there's like there is like an interesting gap between
Are
what
you
he's doing and what he's
6
saying. to an
6
extent.
cleric already?
Yeah, because we're level 8.
I was going to say, well, that
6.
means that you're all druid, right? The rest of the way?
If I decide to commit to that path that I
Yeah.
initially intended,
Yeah.
which I'm sort of thinking maybe I won't. But
Right,
I'm not certain.
okay. Okay. Because
That would be
remember,
a long thing.
I was going to say, yeah, because if you go one more cleric, you'll lose out on that sweet spore.
Fungal body.
Aha. God, it's so good. It is, I bet it is a while away. That's the only
It
thing.
is a lot.
Because it's now your capstone, but it's a good
Yeah.
capstone.
Oh yeah, it is. It's way better than the actual capstone, if I recall.
Yeah, like generally, that's how D&D works. But we're going to talk about the system a lot longer. Anything else, bud? Your wrap up?
No,
tidbits?
I'm good. I have
good.
spoke my piece.
Good. Eltris loved it too. Apparently, he said when you just couldn't hear him. So he was really
nice.
happy he could be involved.
That's good.
Yeah, he didn't say anything. I'm just making it up. So anyway, thank you all for playing. Thank you everybody who watched.
I thought you had him in your ear there.
He's a bit bigger than that, but yeah, it's fine. Either way, goodbye everybody. Say goodbye.
Good.